Hello, everybody, and welcome with some delays to Snap Together Saturday. I do apologize for the delay in getting this started. I was having some technical difficulties. I started the stream twice. I was sharing the links, and then it just suddenly died. I don't know if my computer was just unable to handle the fact that I was sharing the links or what, but... Excuse me. Excuse me. Anyway, that's what happened. I'm here now. As you saw, I'm building the SMP Might Gunner. Here it is. So it's going to show off the box here. That's the box. Looks like a recreation of the deluxe box, just with the SMP logo there. I don't know, I haven't seen it. But that's the trend with SMP packaging. And then we go over here. That's the lower edge. The one side shows Great Might Gaine holding the gun, and then here's the other side, shows Gunner himself. The other long side is literally just legalese, so there's literally nothing to show there. It's a tray style, so there's no back to show off. So it's just a tray, open tray box. What is this? It shows up on the ground here. Anyway, okay, that is the pack of the contents. Couple of baggies with the frames, and then here's the contents. Yeah, let me bring my camera back, and let's get into it. Move my phone out of the way. Here's everything. Let me move this out of the way. A couple of things in that box, but we'll deal with that when I need to. Yeah, got my instructions here. Got my frame set up here, so let's do this. This is, I should say, this is a companion piece to Might Gaine, which I built 2 years ago? A year ago? Oh, it's been a while. And then Might Gunner. God, when was Might Gaine? Was it? It was about... I want to say it was fall of 22. That sounds right. Google Drive. Let me check. It doesn't matter. I'm distracting myself. Anyway, whenever I built Might Gaine, it's been a bit now. But yeah, Might Gaine and Might Gunner, Might Gaine and Might Kaiser combine into Great Might Gaine, who then wields the Might Gunner as a prop, a giant-esque gun. So yeah, that's what we're doing tonight. Here are the instructions. I'm gonna be partly off camera just so I can, see what the hell I'm doing. I'm gonna have to deal with that. I should be putting on my background noise entertainment as usual. You may participate or not. Let's see if I can.
Verdicts scribe. Might be a gunner. Might be a robot.
Truly. What if I said it was a robot that becomes a gunner?
Meredith Kirschman. It sounds like you said the same name 5 times in a row, but they were supposed to be referencing different things.
Yeah, well, that's the way that these things tend to go.
Verdicts scribe. Gasp a gunner robot.
Might Gaine. Might Kaiser. And then what I'm building tonight is Might Gunner. So yeah. You probably did hear the same name 3 times because I said the same name, very similar name, several times. I also have a couple other pieces in here. Got some wires as well. I don't know what those are for. I'll deal with those in a minute.
Might Gaine and Might Kaiser make Might Gunner.
Might Gaine and Might Kaiser make Great Might Gaine, and they can wield Might Gunner. You don't have to remember that. You do not have to remember this. There will not be a test, I assure you.
gynecologist. Meredith Kirschman. Great guy, my gunner.
Y'all are having fun with this, aren't you? That's good. That's what I want. I want people to have fun here. Nine and 12. The theme of Might Gaine was trains.
Kirschman. I'm hurting myself in my confusion is what I'm doing.
There won't be a test, so it does not matter. Where did my syntax go? There it is. There will be a test. One minute. Barely done anything. I already need a BRB. Where's my BRB? Did I not put it on the screen? Damn it. My guide is in my way. Okay, I'm back. I just needed to grab a cup for nubs. I always forget to grab a nub cup. And then I ended up wanting to... Like, why do I have nubs all over my table? So, I needed to get a nub cup.
Verdicts scribe. Snap together Saturday. The Gunpla/Toku/Mecha trivia show where there will be a test but the points don't matter.
Oh, the points matter. Oh, the points matter, all right. They matter a lot.
Uni's not flat-footed. Stop doing that. It's never good. It never works. It's always dumb. I don't like this thing. I've never liked this thing. Let's get into some weird ones. We're going to get into a couple of weird ones, and because they are weird ones, no surprise, it has come from Fun Publications and BotCon, as well as the Transformer subscription service. And this one, yeah, I don't know why this exists. I take that back. I do know why this exists. So for one BotCon, FunPub blew out their budget by actually producing a Pretender shell. They'd done new heads in the past, but never had they done something that technically qualifies as a full action figure that is entirely made themselves, because they were trying to recreate an unreleased double Pretender from Generation 1.
The gun looks like something Tony Stark uses in Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
I can get behind that. This doesn't feel right. Oh, yes it is right. Okay.
One named Oil Master that had two Transformers that got stuffed inside of him. Well, for the BotCon release, they picked the Swerve mold, and this was back when the Legends class toys had the little like Target Master-esque mini Transformers along with them. Those got crammed into this shell together, and then boom, that's...
collection comes out on the 12th.
Cool. I don't fully know what that means. Never much for fighters.
Verdicts Scribe. A bunch of classic Marvel games from 1997 to 2002.
Cool.
Verdicts Scribe. I'm getting it mostly for the art.
The art, he says. Are there movies? Oh, I said that. Okay, this goes like yada.
Verdicts Scribe. Something about late 90s Marvel comics.
That's fair. That's very fair. It was a good aesthetic. A13H1. Like, it wasn't even a comic fan, but I'm familiar with the artwork from that area, and that's definitely some good fucking art.
Verdicts Scribe. Also, Capcom announced another Arcade Classics collection of their fighting games from about 1997 to 2005, which were my peak years for being into arcade games.
Nice. I could try to paint that, but I'm sure I would just end up getting the side, so I will stick the sticker in. And then this goes on the thing. We have a tube.
So that's our double pretender. Nothing like the original concept, but hey, we got a big gorilla out of it. But because it was a gorilla with a truck inside, they went, hey, we need to get another use out of this to kind of compensate for the fact that we paid for an entire action figure mold. So they reran it as Optimus Prime.
I honestly thought I'd never have a chance to play Capcom vs SNK 2 Mark of the Millennium. There used to be a machine for CVS 2 in Hershey Park. We'd play it every time I went there back in the day.
Well, I'm glad that you're getting that chance again.
Run as Optimus Prime. Figure that one out, please. But because they did an Optimus Prime, they decided to do a mega... entire action figure mold. So they reran it as Optimus Prime. A Swerve toy got rerun as Optimus Prime. Figure that one out, please. But because they did an Optimus Prime, they decided to do a Megatron. And they decided to desecrate one of the rarest pieces in Transformers, that the Pretender shell for Grand Maximus, to actually do another double Pretender nonsense thing. So they forcibly crammed this Legends Class Warpath repaint, which is repainted in an unreleased Hero Megatron colors, which didn't match the Optimus Prime they released, and cram that in there with a tiny little space warp. I don't know why they decided this was a good idea. I don't know who thought anyone would ever want a Pretender shell painted like G1 Megatron with an unreleased G2 Megatron crammed into it. I don't know. Like, this is so weird. Inherently, that is not a bad little mold. I liked it as Warpath. I don't like it as Megatron. And I don't like it. Oh, no. It's a weird release. It's a weird release done
This mold was
for
Megatron
very
first.
weird reasons.
Warpath was the reuse.
But it's not the weirdest one. Believe it or not, it's not the weirdest one. FunPub also brought us this for BotCon one year. They only did this because they knew fans wanted the breakdown mold from Prime that didn't get released in our American toy line back in the day. So they got their hands on it and decided, we're just going to do a Prime or G1-esque version of movie Megatron out of this mold. Something nobody asked for.
Yeah, I remember that.
Nobody wanted this thing. It's a movie Megatron that doesn't look like movie Megatron. It's a Megatron that's supposedly his own thing, but like, it's in a set called Cybertron's Most Wanted. Like, this is one of the least wanted Megatrons ever. This was one of those toys that when FunPub lost the license and they were like court ordered to sell off all of the assets they still had, this was one of the things you could get during their huge fire sale. When you could get a BotCon exclusive for less than the retail price the mold would normally go for, that is a bad toy that nobody wanted. It's just the weird things that they did at the time, thinking like, oh, we are doing the coolest thing. We're giving you the mold you always wanted in a way we never asked for. It's not even clever. It's not even clever. It's just weird. It's weird. It's weird, like Dark of the Moon Megatron in a Prime style body. It's a weird idea.
The front wheel section.
You know, it just feels like it's a Megatron for nobody. You know, it just feels like. You know, I'm sure there's people who like it, but man, like, I don't understand why. I don't understand why they even thought to do it. Okay, we're getting into the stretch here. So from here, I know I've mentioned a few toys that technically aren't that bad, but as Megatron, they do turn out to be bad. And ones that, you know, they're like oddballs that people tend to like, you know? Like, this is a lot of me just airing personal grievance against some of these things. We are going to finish with a stretch of genuinely bad Megatron, so brace yourself, and we're going to start with Masterpiece of all places. So after they did Starscream, Optimus Prime, and Grimlock, they decided the next, now we put it off long enough, we actually had to figure out how do we make Megatron work? And they took the same concept behind MPO1 to apply it to this figure. And the idea was that what if we actually do, what if we actually take the G1 style transformation and we upgrade that the same way we did to Convoy? What you get is a extremely lanky, very fragile Megatron that just feels awkward to play with. I remember transforming this one day and the leg just completely pulled off when I tried to extend it out. You are left with something that is very, very lanky, very fiddly, very, like, wobbly. It's a very unstable figure because it's got die-cast parts. It can't really hold up. It's got very tiny joints from very large parts. It has this incredibly awkward giant fusion cannon, which is so out of proportion, it's absurd. Proportions, by the way, are completely non-existent on this figure, from the scrawniness of the arms and legs, the width of the chest, the size of the head. But this was them trying to modernize the G1 Megatron gun toy. Okay, fine. The gun mode is, like, ridiculously oversized. Like, you would probably have to be, like, you know, an Andre the Giant Big Show, like, gigantic 7.5 foot tall, like, monster of a human being in order to even remotely come close to holding this thing. Yeah. And it gets worse. It got worse when most copies of this toy started yellowing because all the parts started rusting. That doesn't normally happen. Yeah, this one was just so bad. Like, clearly, engineering-wise, Takara was not ready to tackle Megatron, and certainly from the direction they attempted to tackle him from, they were not prepared for it. They just felt like they were at a point where they had to get a Megatron out, and it just feels very rushed, very half-baked, and it's just one of the worst releases in Masterpiece, period. If we want to get to even worse Megatron, no surprise that we have to go to Beast Machines, and we have to talk about that thing. I hate this thing. This was a deluxe sold as a Mega Class toy, by the way, because they felt they could get away with it. The transformation is lame, it's boring, it has an action gimmick on the neck that's supposed to, like, spring forward to bite. Doesn't work. It makes it look like his neck is broken in beast mode. He's got no arms in his proper robot mode with a cape over to kind of match his look in the cartoon. His in normal robot mode, looks like, I don't know, like a very cheap knockoffy version of his Transmetal 2. I even hate the wings. I hate the wings because it's just that shell folded up. And it looks so broken. They don't look like wings. They don't look like wings in the dragon mode. It's so bad. They look like your window curtains that the cat clawed up.
Wow.
This thing is just terrible all the way around. At every direction, this toy is absolutely abysmal and one of the worst Megatron toys I have ever had the displeasure of actually messing with. And I still want to talk about it in greater detail for one day, but that is for another day. Today we need to move on. The video's getting long, and we still have 3 to go. And we're back to tanks, by the way. I shouldn't include it, but I included it on Optimus, so I'm going to include this abomination.
Oof.
Build-to-Rule Megatron might be the absolute worst of all the Build-to-Rule toys there were. Incredibly long legs, incredibly tiny arms. I don't know why they went with T-Rex proportions for him, but they did. And then suffering all the other messes that Build-to-Rule suffered from. Imitation Lego engineering that didn't really feel good and didn't really connect well and didn't really give you the option of playing around with it the way Lego does. A lot of excess parts left over, no real transformation that really amounts to anything. This figure was so lame, they had to throw in a Cyclonus just to kind of make you feel like you didn't get completely ripped off. I shouldn't put it in here because, Build-A-Rule is a Lego set. It's not really aimed at, collectors or anything, but, it was kind of viewed as, a spin-off of Armada that they were trying to get kids into because, of course, you're trying to sell off your Lego sets. It's abysmal. A lot of that line is. But this one, Whew. This one was the king. This is the worst of them all. And we're coming to the end of the video, so finally, if you know this channel, you've been waiting for this moment, because it's one I talk about a lot. But hey, it's a perfect video to bring it up again, especially for those who are newer to the channel and may not know. It's time to talk titanium.
Oh god.
Not the one you want. We're going to do the second one first.
Oh gosh.
It's designed off the war within design. I'll give you this, the robot mode does look great. The robot mode looks good. It doesn't play good. Its articulation, very stunted. Very limited in the hips due to detenting. No real good shoulder articulation, like just back to like old school 90s. Old school 90s, like Playmates and Toy Biz articulation. He looks fine as a display piece if you like war within designs. When you get him, when you actually want to use him as a transformer, you fold up his arms, you squash his legs, you cover his, you cover his head with a shield. That's the transformation. It's 3 steps. It's not even 3 steps. It's 2 steps, and then you put an accessory on him. Lame. This figure is so lame. And it's lame because this was them trying to make up for their first attempt at a Megatron in this line. Yeah, this is still the worst. Worst toy I have ever played with, ever. I did a whole plastic act on it. I have repeated myself multiple times. The worst Transformer ever produced. I said it at TFCon. I said it in a video a few years ago when I said, here are the real worst Transformers there ever were. And it still holds true to this day. Die cast in the worst places. Extremely loose joints. Parts held on by C-clips. And by parts, I mean his legs. Transformation that is boring. Vehicle mode that is boring and nonsensical. Paint apps that are messy and sloppy all over and look bad. A Megatron that's designed after absolutely nothing. Robot mode details that are flat, lifeless. Devoid of personality. Devoid of function. Devoid of play value. Devoid of anything that makes a Transformer worth buying. And this was all wrapped up in a deluxe that was $15 because of terrible use of die cast. This thing is an abomination. This thing is still the worst Transformer toy that exists. I don't think they will ever produce anything that is akin to it. Keep in mind, yeah, I know there's authentics out there that are pretty bad, but authentics are made to be super dirt cheap and huge for that price. That's the point of them. If we're talking about stuff that was aimed for collectors, and titanium was aimed at collectors because, oh hey, diecast. This thing sucks. This thing is absolutely the worst. It will always be the worst. And I'm sure it's not the last time I'm going to tell people that.
Okay, then this goes.
As always, what amounts to a bad toy is strictly a matter of opinion. I'm sure I have mentioned a toy on this list that you probably like, and there's nothing wrong with that. We have differing opinions, and that's okay. Just don't start raising a lot of noise about it in the comments. Feel free to disagree, but don't get rude about it. That's all I ask. And then you can discuss away as to what the worst Megatron toy is of all time in the comments below. But I will leave you to that, and I will bid you adieu. Thank you everyone for watching, and I will see you next time.
Okay, that goes there, and then this attaches. So you got a choice between the first or the second clip here. Not sure if it matters. Okay, time to make a head and hide the head in here.
Zadra. It's the world's tallest hybrid roller coaster. You can find it at Energylandia, the largest theme park in Poland. Zadra stands a massive 63 meters, 206 feet high, has a top speed of 121 kilometers per hour, 75 miles per hour, and features a steep 90-degree drop. That's all impressive, right? But it's not even the most unique thing about it. Zadra was in fact partially funded by you, if you live in the European Union, that is. The ride cost 61.5 million zloty to build, which was about 14.5 million euro at the time. Roughly one-third of that price tag was paid for by a grant from the European Union. So, your taxes might have indirectly paid to build the world's tallest hybrid roller coaster. Pretty neat, huh? Anyway, more on that later. Let's talk about the ride. Zadra is a hybrid roller coaster. The vast majority of its structure is made from wood, whilst the track is steel, creating a unique, smooth yet thrilling experience. Don't let the wooden look fool you though. This ride is thrilling. It subjects you to 3 inversions, including an extended zero-G stool. Who doesn't love the feeling of being upside down for a prolonged period of time? The ride's height, its hybrid nature, and unique elements all help to make it one of the best roller coasters, not just in Poland or even Europe, but the world. So, how did Zadra come to be? Well, that's an even more interesting story, crammed with failure, rapid expansion, and you guessed it, even more free money from the European Union. So, let's go back, all the way to the beginning. Theme parks in some shape or form have been around for, well, ages. Bakken in Denmark is currently the world's oldest still operating theme park, first opening its doors in 1583. Though it didn't have any roller coasters back then, the idea of them hadn't actually even been invented. Since its debut, Bakken and many other theme parks across the world have expanded rapidly. Today, these visitor attractions are a huge draw of tourism, so much so that entire cities have become known for them. Just look at Orlando in Florida, home to 4 Disney theme parks, 2 Universal parks, soon to be 3, a SeaWorld, 2 fun spots, and a whole myriad of others, including a separate list of water parks. Essentially, theme parks are popular. Even outside of the big names like Disney and Universal, they're still found all the way across the globe. The UK has Alton Towers, Germany Europa Park, Japan Fuji-Q Highland, and the USA Cedar Point. All of these places attract millions of guests each year without the big Disney or Universal budget. For a while though, there was one country that specifically lacked a major theme park of its own, Poland. That's not to say that Poland didn't have theme parks. It did, just smaller ones that focused on attracting local people nearby. With a population of approximately 38 million, there were attempts to build a large-scale park close to the nation's capital, Warsaw. These plans ranged from random investment groups in Turkey and the Netherlands to Michael Jackson in the late 1990s. All of these attempts ultimately ended with failure. People kept trying though. In 2010 and 2011, a further 2 parks were proposed for the Warsaw region, and both were eventually cancelled. Fortunately, this didn't stop Marek Gozal from having a go too. From a young age, Gozal wanted to operate his own business. His first venture was a disco, which grew into Energy 2000, one of the largest club chains in Poland. He kept investing in new things. Gozal went into developing shoe soles, which proved unsuccessful. However, during this, he travelled to Italy to meet several clients. There, he took his wife and children to Gardaland, Italy's largest theme park. During their visit, his children apparently asked why there wasn't a theme park like Gardaland back in Poland. Being an ideas man, this sparked Gozal's interest. He began researching the industry, visiting multiple theme parks, and learning what was required to build and operate one. He quickly stumbled across a problem. New rides are expensive, like millions upon millions of dollars expensive. The solution? Seek financing elsewhere. Poland is part of the European Union, a political and economic union of 27 member states that are located
He's just watching arcade stingers for the Marvel Capcom games now.
In
Send him
2007, Poland became
Meredith
eligible to
Kirschman.
access funding from the
How?
European Union's cohesion policy. At the
Meredith Kirschman. help.
Ow! I don't think I can be much help to you, unfortunately. Verdict, stop watching Marvel vs. Capcom game stingers. Start watching cat videos instead. Or watch your actual cats, I guess.
Time. This aimed to reduce the economic and social discrepancies between countries, areas and regions across the Union. Gosel applied for co-financing from the European Union in 2009 and successfully obtained 42 million zloty for his new amusement park, roughly equivalent to €10 million at the time. With the idea and funding in place, the next step was to figure out where to build the park. He wanted a large area, somewhere near Krakow and Katowice. Gosel discovered a plot of land on the western side of Zator, a Polish town well known for its carp. Interestingly, there was already an amusement park in Zator, Zatorland. Marek managed to persuade Zatorland that Zator could support 2 parks, and his one would help to make the town an amusement destination. So, on the 14th of July 2014, Energylandia, Poland's newest theme park, opened to guests. At the time, the park was relatively small. It had a handful of attractions, including 3 small roller coasters. This didn't last for long, however. It was always Gosel's intention to expand Energylandia, to make it a destination park, one that attracts visitors not just from Poland, but from abroad too. To help with this, the park acquired more funding. They received a second round of financing from the European Union to create physical sensations in the virtual reality. Basically, they were paid to produce VR experiences on real-world roller coasters. To do this, Energylandia built more roller coasters. So, with a small subsidy of 34 million zloty, €8 million, not 1, not 2, but 3 new roller coasters opened to guests in 2015. This included a new thrilling edition, Roller Coaster Maya, a suspended looping coaster by Vekoma. Ultimately, in just a single year, the park had doubled the number of roller coasters on offer to guests and stepped into the thrill market for the first time. But Energylandia did not stop there. In 2016, they worked with Vekoma again to open a second thrill coaster, Formula. The ride became the park's first launch coaster, accelerating from 79 kilometers per hour, 49 miles per hour in just 2 seconds. By this point, the park's visitor numbers had risen from just 250,000 in 2014 to 1 million in 2016. But Energylandia did not stop there either. 2017 would be another big year for the park, with the addition of 3 family roller coasters. Now, they had 10 roller coasters.
Grief.
But Energylandia did not stop there either. 2018 came with more thrill rides on an unprecedented scale. First, Speed, an Intamin water coaster, and second, Hyperion, a new mega coaster built by Intamin, open to guests. Rising 77 meters, 253 feet tall, the ride dominates one side of the park and stands as Poland's tallest, fastest, and longest roller coaster. From this point on, Energylandia was firmly on the theme park map. But they did not stop there either. Theme parks were always looking to one-up each other. Energylandia wanted to one-up themselves. How do you build a ride better than the tallest, fastest, and longest in your country? Well, first you get another grant from the European Union, this time for 20 million zloty, 4.7 million euro. Then you build Zadra, of course. Actually, you build more than Zadra. You build something unique to Energylandia, a brand new themed area. In October of 2018, the park announced the introduction of their new themed land, Smoxy Grod, aka Dragon Castle. The entire area takes inspiration from Lord of the Rings and The Witcher, designed around the medieval Gothic aesthetic featuring castle ruins. Prior to this, Energylandia didn't really have defined themed lands. There were areas of the park known as zones, but they weren't really coherent. Even the current extreme zone, which simply features their more thrilling rides, is scattered entirely across the main section of the park. The icing on the cake of this new themed area was of course Zadra, which translates from Polish to Splinter, a hybrid roller coaster built by Rocky Mountain Construction, RMC. Like Energylandia, RMC is fairly young. The company originally began life in 2011, upgrading old wooden roller coasters. They're known for replacing the ride's wooden track with steel iBox track, making it taller, faster, and more thrilling in the process. RMC's own progression culminated in the debut of Steel Vengeance at Cedar Point in 2018, which was the tallest, fastest, and longest hybrid roller coaster in the world at the time. Naturally, Energylandia wanted their ride to be bigger and better. Zadra would stand 63 meters, 206 feet tall, have a drop angle of 90 degrees, and feature a top speed of 121 kilometers per hour, 57 miles per hour. At the time, this made it the world's tallest and fastest hybrid roller coaster. Unlike RMC's previous rides, however, Zadra wasn't an upgrade of an existing roller coaster. It became the company's first iBox tracked roller coaster to be built entirely from the ground up. Therefore, they weren't confined to an existing layout, but instead free to imagine any roller coaster they wanted. With the plan for a 2020 debut, construction began right away. In December of 2018, the ride had begun to go vertical, with supports being lifted into place. This was followed just 2 months later with the arrival of the ride's track. All was going well until, well, it wasn't. On the night of the 10th of March 2019, huge gusts of wind swept through the area with speeds of up to 110 km per hour, 68 miles per hour. The high winds caused part of the ride's supports to collapse, damaging them in the process. The next day, the park announced they'd begun clearing up the supports and that their intended 2020 opening was not at risk. At the same time as Zadra, another RMC roller coaster was also being built in Europe, Untamed at Walibi Holland in the Netherlands. By the end of May 2019, the construction of Untamed had finished. Some of the construction staff from Untamed moved to help build Zadra, expanding the size of the team. All of this meant that the final piece of track was installed on the 22nd of July. The trains were first placed on the track on the 5th of August, testing began on the 15th of August, and on the 19th of August, an official opening date was given. Just 3 days later, on the 22nd of August 2019, Zadra officially opened to guests, well ahead of its intended 2020 debut. So, what does a ride on this record-breaking roller coaster actually look like? Well, first you enter the dragon-themed area of the park, home to a dark ride, monorail ride, and a family roller coaster. Then, you walk through the ride's castle-themed entrance building and begin to navigate the incredibly long queue line. By incredibly long, I mean incredibly long, like 5-minute walk long. Yeah. Once towards the end, you're greeted by a set of lockers to store your loose items before the ride. Then, it's time to head up to the station. Once there, you see the dragon-themed ride vehicle comprised of 6 cars, each of which seats 4 riders in 2 rows of 2, for a total of 24 guests.
Oh, that's the part.
Once
The
boarded,
body
you
is shaped like
fasten
a
your seatbelt,
revolver.
pull down your lap bar, and the ride begins. The trains go down a small dip to the right towards
That's the
middle.
body of the Might
It's
Gunner, I
here
mean.
you climb over 200
He's literally
feet
just a
high,
gun on
gaining
rails.
fantastic panoramic views of the park and the nearby countryside. At the top, you're met with that terrifying 90-degree drop. The trains then plummet towards the ground through part of the ride structure. You then speed through a bunny hill to the right before entering a huge upward left-hand turn. The train dives towards the ground once again, only to climb into Zadra's first inversion, its zero-G stall. There, you hang upside down for what seems like minutes. This is quickly followed by a long left-hand turn, a whip to the right, and a series of turns into a huge airtime hill. Losing no speed, the train then enters its second inversion, a zero-G roll, which directs you back towards the ground. The ride comes to an end with a series of airtime hills, a snappy S-hill to the right, and one final zero-G roll taking you towards the brakes. During your ride, you've managed to navigate most of the 1,316-meter, 4,318-foot-long layout in just 47 seconds, measured from the top of the lift hill to the final brake run. Despite the relatively short ride time, Zadra is not short. It measures within the top 10% of the longest roller coasters in the world.
Where does this attach?
What makes the experience brief is the relentless speed. The ride does not slow down. The elements come one after another in quick succession. It's no surprise that Zadra has been well received. Very well received. Many claim it to be one of the best roller coasters in Europe. It's ranked as the 4th best roller coaster on Earth, according to the largest annual roller coaster poll, Vote Coasters. Zadra's design is also unlike most other rides built by Rocky Mountain Construction, where Cedar Point Steel Vengeance aims to subject its riders to as much airtime as possible for as long as possible. Zadra aims for a shorter but snappier approach. The quick turns, rapid fire elements, and consistently high speed change the experience entirely. Other RMC roller coasters have since been inspired by this design, including Iron Gwazi at Busch Gardens Tampa, widely considered to be one of, if not the, best roller coaster in the world. Even after Hyperion, Zadra was a home run for Energylandia. The ride brought the park to the attention of a global audience. Since then, Energylandia has continued this momentum. They've built a further 2 roller coasters, including a multi-launch coaster, Abyssus. Plus, a further 3 are in the works. As of 2023, Energylandia has 17 roller coasters, the 4th most of all theme parks in the world. After their proposed expansion, they'll be tied for first, with 20. In less than a decade, this seemingly random theme park in Poland has managed to expand so rapidly to become home to some of the best roller coasters on the continent and even the world. If that's just 1 decade, who knows what Energylandia will look like in another 2 or 3. Thank you for watching, subscribe if you enjoyed it, and I'll see you all next time.
Who's still with me? Oh, that's the hammer. That's clever. And this goes here. Okay. Now bring it all together. Okay, I see. How's this supposed to go? I'm confused. This doesn't seem like it works the way they want it to work. These are my reference photos. This is not making any sense. That's supposed to tuck in here somehow. Did I build it wrong? No, it's the right way around. Did I stick this in the wrong spot? Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, I guess I did because it's not extended far enough. It's always something with these builds. Always something. Aha! That wasn't extended enough. Okay, there we go. That's what it was. That wasn't extending enough. Okay, that gives enough room to... Okay, there we go. are some bits here that were not flush enough. All right, there we go.
Verdicts scribe. That is a might. Why? Gun. Nay.
Yes, it is. It's coming along indeed. All right. B 31123.
Probably thinking, wait a minute, I thought Grey's Anatomy started the whole moody minor key versions of classic songs and then every movie trailer after 2015. But you and I would be wrong. Also, that voice is Danny Elfman. And I know we all know that Danny Elfman creates incredible scores, and this was far from his first, but dang, it's iconic. So goofy and dark, but still fast-paced and upbeat. My favorite thing about this credit sequence is that at some point we switch from what is clearly live-action footage from a helicopter to the model city, and it's easy to miss when it happens. Especially given that there's a dissolve early on, and things still look very real after. You almost don't even notice the second crossfade. Also, if you were only barely paying attention, you just got hella confused and thought your bestie turned on arachnophobia by accident. JK, this is arachnophobia. What are you doing, Alec? No touchy. I'll give Burton some credit for trying to hide how hot Gina Davis and Alec Baldwin are. It definitely works for their characters, but I ain't tricked, bro.
Honey, today I'm $260,000. This offer is real.
For funsies, that's almost $700,000 in today's dollars. But the funsies don't stop there, because house inflation outpaced the dollar, so it'd be over $725K. And legit, just looking at it, it'd probably be closer to $1 million, just on vibes.
This house is too big for you. It really ought to be for a couple with a family, you know? Oh, Pumpkin, I didn't mean anything. It's just that, really, this house is too big.
Hey, Jane, hope you fall off a bridge into a river if you get my drift. Ha, drift. There really has never been a happier couple to curse. They love each other and their lives so much they can't stop giggling and frolic running everywhere. Chekhov's Murder Dog. The thing about dark comedies or horror comedies, a horror-com, as it were, or not, it could not be that. But the point is that you can take a scene of the main characters dying tragically, and not only do none of us shed a tear, but the 7-year-old laughs along with the adults. How could I know this? Was it a mistake? Only time and therapy bills will tell. Also, love a movie that jumps right in. Bumper sticker says I break for animals. It should say I swerve to my death for animals.
Do you remember how we got back up here? I'm I'm gonna go back down to the bridge and retrace our steps.
And as a person who's seen, not to brag, but at least half a dozen horror movies, I really love that Adam starts asking the important questions right away. Playing dumb or being dumb is kind of a staple of horror so that the ghouls can get you. But he figures it out quick. Well, I mean, not everything out, but you get my point. We barely see anything in the... what is this, like, the Dune? The underworld in Beetlejuice's Arrakis? Anyway, we don't see much, but the vibes say nope.
Show me something. Look.
I agree, that's an unsettling number of horse figurines. But I do love the obvious fake mirror and the person on the other side trying to match Gina's movements.
Handbook for the recently deceased.
Deceased.
The repeat of the musical cue. Never not funny. What an idiot.
This book reads like stereo instructions. Geographical and temporal perimeters. Functional perimeters vary from manifestation to manifestation.
Sounds more like political speak to me. It's just saying that where you can go depends on the dead person.
Damn sandworms, they're 15%.
Also a bold choice to have this be the intro to the title character, and I love it.
And where are all the other dead people in the world? Why is it just you and me?
Maybe this is heaven.
Heaven, there wouldn't be dust on everything.
Haha, relationships. Also, Harry Belafonte's Deo is Chekhoving in the background.
In the book, rule number 2, the living usually won't see the dead.
Won't or can't?
That question, along with usually, are such great setups for the plot. There are some perks. And just like that, thousands of kids in 1988 immediately fell for Winona Ryder.
Delia hates
Fair.
it. I could live here.
I was one of those kids. A nose lick from Catherine O'Hara. That's the dream.
I mean, there's absolutely no organic flow-through.
And if you're thinking, oh, that looks so familiar from one of Lee's other videos, you're right. Glenn Shaddix was also this senator. PG, you say? No worries, Jude laughed. I only peed a little. And the force with which he shoves Barbara's body aside is hilarious. Also that she does technically exist in their plane, but they still won't see her.
Yeah, deliver me from LL Bean.
You could be so lucky, but still incredible line.
If you don't let me gut out this house and make it my own, I will go insane and I will take you with me.
I really can't explain how happy I am that Catherine O'Hara finally has the cultural appreciation she has so long deserved. She's always been this good. Wait. Is she? No, let's hold off judgments for now.
Ghosts of the people who died in this house. They want us out of here.
And Jude correctly pointed out that they didn't die in this house, but otherwise, clairvoyance. Tim Burton has a style, doesn't he? His design carries over from film to film. This could easily be a character in The Nightmare Before Christmas, which Burton definitely directed himself. Sorry, Henry, you can have Coraline still. The entire family's outfits are so iconic. Lydia in her funeral veil, Charles with the biggest crest you've ever beheld on a sweater, and Delia. Delia's earrings that look like they'd rip your ears clean off your head, and a leather glove wrapped around her head. Epic, iconic, very nah. We'll stick with iconic.
We'll build you a dark room in the basement, okay?
My whole life is a dark room. One big dark room.
Same, Lydia, same. But like, in a good way.
So you were miserable in New York City, and now you're going to be miserable out here in the sticks. At least someone's life hasn't been upheaved.
Optimism. Perfectly timed defenestration. Is it still defenestration if it comes from outside?
This is my art, and it is dangerous. You think I want it done?
Catherine O'Hara is always a win. And because Lydia seems obsessed with the macabre, we don't even question why she can see them. BJ's gone woke. Where are my Nutmegger fans? So look, it's Route 4, not Highway 4 in Torrington. And in 88, it would still be a 203 area code, not 303. But this movie was shot in Vermont, so they made this truck sign, and it's pretty close to accurate otherwise.
Come on down now! Shoot on down!
The pacing for the full character reveal is really on point. Not many movies can pull this off, and Jude thought it was hilarious, so kid approved. This scene stuck with me, although not the specifics of the dead people other than Tiny Head. Just that they go to a waiting room? Guess my real fear was always waiting. Also, the shark came with this guy, and on closer inspection, it has a knife in its head. So if you kill something that's killing you, you're stuck together in the afterlife? I mean, this guy brought his chicken bone, and this snake still seems alive. So I'm just trying to work the rules out here.
Number 54,601.
And even in the afterlife, bureaucracy is the absolute worst. Also, that snake in the sleeping bag is gonna haunt my dreams. NBD. No big surprise, the skeleton typists were a big Jude win.
How do I look? There are no mirrors on this side.
Fine, look fine.
Thanks, I've been feeling a little flat.
This plan is pretty genius. Jealous of the writers and artists that had to come up with all the character designs for the dead. While there are definitely things in the Neither World that are meant to scare or gross out, the general vibe is just off. Not that the vibe is off, the vibe is literally off. Everything just makes you want to leave. The crooked doors and floors, the papers everywhere, the general sense that everyone else knows what's going on and you're an idiot for not figuring it out. Actually, it's a lot like nightmares I've had. Bit of a chicken or egg situation. I'm gonna go check on Jude. I'm not sure if I should be worried or excited that there's a doggy door. It implies dog heaven, but also dog Beetlejuice. Fun fact, Jude immediately recognized the sculpture and knew they were back home. I didn't, and also had forgotten.
How long do you suppose we were waiting there?
3 months.
The key light and hair light popping on when she speaks.
We're very unhappy. What did you expect? You're dead.
Fair.
What about that guy in the flyer? You know, Beetle.
Don't even say his name. You don't want his help.
A title character who's actually the villain is a great move, especially when you don't know that's the plot. For better or worse, the majority of it went over my head as a kid. Even the smoke coming out of her neck hole, which is awful. But it's helping me realize something I never really thought about before. The receptionist with the exquisite accent, this guy on the zipline, Juno, they all seemingly died by their own hand. Even Flat Guy may have purposely stepped in front of a bus, meaning that in the Beetleverse, dying by suicide sends you to Afterlife DMV. But the part that never occurred to me is that BJ was Juno's assistant, so it takes a special movie to give you an insect's point of view against the title character who's about to eat you, especially if that insect reminds you of Jeff Goldblum. And almost 40 minutes in, and we're still building anticipation for BJ's arrival.
Jeez, Wiggy, is Connecticut so boring?
It's hard to scare people when their daughter already haunts them.
Cut it out! A child, for God's sakes.
Yes, this is a canoodling joke, and yes, it went right over my head until, well, this year. But my actual concern here is that ghost oohs and ahs are what's making her think that.
Are you the guys hiding out in the attic?
She's just beyond cool. Not scared, not shocked, just cool.
I'm not scared of sheets. Are you gross under there? Are you Night of the Living Dead under there?
Fair question. If you're wondering why they aren't, at the very least, wet, they must have died right on impact.
Live people ignore the strange and unusual. I myself am strange and unusual.
If I met someone today who said, I myself am strange and unusual, I'd be like, that's not at all a cringy way to describe yourself. But seeing Winona say it just made me think, wow, she's so different. Tim Burton style mulcher? Chipper? Hey, those just don't look like pants. OMG, it's her husband's sweater.
Beetlejuice!
It's important to be a supportive partner to your spouse, dead or alive.
I think we're in the model.
Always an expectation subversion. When you summon someone, you expect they'll be the ones coming out, but instead, they're sent in. And even more so because he makes them work for it. They weren't even sure they wanted his help 5 minutes ago, and now they're putting in back-breaking labor to dig through corrugated cardboard and foam. Obviously amazing set. The details of model components all blown up. Even worm trails on the coffin lid. What a stellar character intro shot. Even the way Keaton's body is so clearly on wires, his dead person magic is wonky. And extra points for the title character showing up in earnest over halfway through the movie.
It makes me want to kiss you guys.
The truth is, Keaton doesn't get enough credit for how unhinged he can actually be. This is 90% ad-libbed, and I mean, don't be a sex pest, but the fact that he assaults her once, only to try it again amidst his insane salesman rambling is really something else, and makes me fear for both Babs and Gina alike. And his character design with the teeth and the mold on his face is so iconic at this point that we often forget just how disgusting he looks. And is.
Well, I attended Juilliard. I'm a graduate of the Harvard Business School. I travel quite extensively. I lived through the Black Plague, and I had a pretty good time during that.
Keaton's normal voice always takes me out.
What do you think of this?
Theater of the mind. The audience doesn't see it, the characters do, and we're left to our imaginations. He did say he'd seen The Exorcist a lot.
See The Exorcist about 167 times, and it keeps getting funnier every single time.
Great Dorothy instance.
Nice, good model.
Nothing like a classic PG F-bomb.
You know what they say about people who commit suicide? In the afterlife, they become civil servants.
Just for a second, let's talk about why it's okay for language to change. From the time I was a kid and long before, we all used to say committed suicide. And when you stop and think about it for a second, you realize how odd that is. Talking about someone's death while forcing a connection to the law at the time. At some point it became its own thing, like eavesdrop or mother-in-law, because like, through marriage, the law makes her your mother. So when we say in-laws, it makes absolutely no sense. You with me? And suicide was so tied to committing that I understand why it's hard to pivot to something new. But now we say died of suicide because we have empathy, and also it's not a crime most places because that's stupid and doesn't really help anyone. Anyway, I just wanted to point out that Otho confirmed what I was talking about earlier. What What an absolute classic banger of a scene. And it really sells the possession that the actors all totally go for it. Not to mention Harry Belafonte's Deo is an untouchable classic. Also love that Lydia is the only one unhaunted and thinks the whole thing is hilarious. I can distinctly remember wondering why the shrimp looks so disgusting, and the reveal is still actually worse than I ever expected.
I want you to come downstairs. Delia says you can wear any sheets you want.
And an amazing twist, just the instant acceptance that they're haunted. Amazing that everyone except Adam and Barbara understand how important that book is. The snakeskin transformation is subtle enough to slip by, but also obvious enough that you can totally catch it long before Delia. It's kind of funny at first, but the deep V eyes, it's a pretty scary design. I mean, at this point, even the stop motion makes it more terrifying. And obviously, snake juice is terrifying, but even with the monster, those walls are making me very uneasy. Texture, color, tones, values, all of it. I have a very visceral feeling of disgust towards the walls. Well done, Tim. So you can basically do anything, right? His name makes him go away. It's like a grosser, easier to beat Mr. Mixius spit lick.
I'm feeling a little, anxious, if you know what I mean.
What? You're literally covered in horns, otherwise known as... No. Well, if they were corn, you'd be corny, but they're horns, so you're... Oh yeah, I have to beat that dance. So, these people also watching the BJ movie?
Never trust the living.
Words to live by. Corinth, Vermont. Shout out to Root School.
I know just as much about the supernatural as I do about interior design.
Right, because his design is bad. See, the 80s and 90s pop culture had a similar relationship to interior designers as they did to therapists. Which, if you've watched My Being Great About Twister video, you know that relationship is not good.
By the time you read this, I will be gone.
Definitely thought she was running away as a kid. Honestly, it seemed like something BJ would help with anyway. Both of their scary faces kind of look like Muppet monsters, or more specifically, labyrinth monsters rejected by Bowie.
I don't think we survived that crash.
Is it an alive bit? It looked pretty cold. Rugby, football, whatever. Feels like cheating, but hey, charades rules are a bit fluctuating. The tongue and eye movement.
Oh, Adam, I can't go through with it. I like that little girl, Adam. I want to be with Lydia.
This tender moment about Lydia played out while they're terrifying ghouls somehow makes it land all the more. Ah, so this is how Alec was cast as the lead in The Shadow.
He's the genius who gave us the talking Marcel Marceau statue.
Ha, not bad. If I had a nickel for every time Marcel Marceau came up in a video, I'd have 2 nickels. But it is weird that it was the last video. I just think we need to take a moment to really acknowledge how subtly unhinged Catherine O'Hara is in this entire movie. Also, Lydia's hair in the last act of this movie is untouchable. The score just explodes out of nowhere for the establishing shot and immediately stops once we're inside.
Pans vermilion.
I think Otho just likes colors that start in V.
Viridian. A corpse, and we rise to be.
And Burton liked this scene so much he made an entire other movie about it. Sorry, Mike, you can still have Ping Pong Rabbit.
That's enough now. Can you stop this? Otho. It's too late, Charles. I'm sorry.
I appreciate that while the humans are bozos, they're not exactly cool. They don't want to hurt anyone.
Okay, just help them.
The delivery of sure. How does someone so disgusting have this much riz? Again, less than 15 minutes left and only one of the living characters knows BJ exists. Jack Skellington, not as much as Oogway's knows, but pretty decent.
That is why I won't do 2 shows a night anymore, babe.
We're really lucky that Keaton got a comeback. The world is a better place with more Keaton.
I think they've had enough exercise for tonight.
Exercise. The joke is that the very hip Otho would never be caught dead in a leisure suit, and yet Glenn Shaddix looked great in everything. It always blows my mind when I realize how long actors are in their famous outfits. 3 minutes and 24 seconds of the movie, and because you know me, I spent the time to figure out that it's a minute 50 of actual screen time. And all that is out of, well, some people say 17 minutes, others 14, but when I went through, Keaton's on screen for 11 minutes and 58 seconds, not including the snake. And to be fair, a portion of the suit time is with rolled up arms. I've always loved this glide from Lydia in her also iconic red wedding dress. The second we saw the sculptures, we knew Burton had a hand in them, which means we knew they were coming alive at some point. Gross but awesome. Even the teeth move when the mouth talks. And because I know it's less than 12 minutes of screen time, I finally understand how Keaton was able to keep this insane energy the entire movie.
Jeez, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a big decision, isn't it? I mean, I always said if I ever did it, I was going to do it once, and that was it.
Well, if he doesn't seem to have any rules other than that his obsession with chaos means he'll never do the same trick twice. Lisa Nakaib? Really a classic 80s ending. Do we ever find out how Barbara Muad'Dib the sandworm? No. Do we understand the Ant-Man physics of the model miniatures? Nah. Does it matter? Yes, it makes me like it more. Lydia looks a little brighter and happier, but she still has her black skirt under her school uniform, cause it's more than a phase, Dad.
We spent the whole week studying for that test.
I got an A.
I love how wholesome this is, especially given the hints early on that Adam and Barbara had trouble having kids. And Lydia never really fit in with her family, so it's like they adopted each other.
This thing reads like stereo instructions.
I call back. Also, was that the only jump scare in the movie? Aw, Delia even made the cover of Art in America.
My entrepreneur is bringing a woman who writes for Art in America.
You have to love that float dancing to more Harry Belafonte is Lydia's idea of a reward, which is a line from the song.
She go up in the air, come down in slow motion.
Hey, what are you doing? Hey, stop it! Hey, you're messing up here! Come on! Whoa! Comeuppance? Yeah, sure, why not? I like the idea that because she's down with hanging out with the dead are stoked to hang with Lydia. Lydia saw dead people way before it was cool. What a simple premise, that the house is haunted by the living rather than ghosts. I think, is that like the tagline? Nope, I came up with it just now, first person in history. Awesome, yay for me. But it works. We connect with the Maitlands and despise the Deeses. Except Lydia, she's the bomb. Well, actually, Delia is pretty great in her own special way. Screw you. Even Otho has a special charm to him that you come to love. And really, that's all in her own special way. Screw you. Even Otho has a special charm to him that you come to love. And really, that's all about the cast, whose praises I will continue to sing forever and ever. I mean, Alec and Gina are fairly milquetoast, but that's why we love them. Just leave them alone. The weirdest thing is that what I'm about to say is 100% true and also very odd because, again, even if the terrible time counters are to be believed, he's only on screen for 18% of the movie. And since you know I'm right, it's closer to 13%. But even being in this movie titled after his character for less than a quarter of the runtime, it would not be the same without Michael Keaton. The dude goes for it hard. The best news I've heard come out of the sequel was from Keaton himself, that it would be a disservice to give BJ more screen time just because he's a fan favorite. One of the biggest reasons he works so well is because we're not exhausted by him at the end of the movie. Yeah, I saw the cartoon. Was it as good as this movie? I think you know the answer. Otherwise, it's a classic Tim Burton joint with all the quirks that make his movies work. And yeah, just like those two other movies I mentioned, Tim's not technically the director, so sorry, Tim, you could still have 9 or The Addams Family. We have fun here at Burton Wins, don't we? For the record, Tim did direct BJ. This bit has spun out of control. Anyway, I'm stoked for it. Probably gonna scar myself in June to go see it in theaters. So, happy Halloween. Wait, it's September. Happy... Dang, I was hoping for Lumberjack Day, but that's the 26th. Happy World Beard Day. That's a good one. Next week, a movie I did not expect to like as much as I did.
Want a cigarette?
Oh, no, thank you.
I'm trying to cut down myself.
Verdicts scribe. Now that would be a crossover, Addams Family and Beetlejuice.
That it seems so obvious, but I don't know why I'm right thing, I guess. What did that one actor do that's so bad? Jeffrey Jones. Charged with in 2003, Jones was charged with soliciting a minor to pose for nude photographs. He pleaded no contest and had subsequent arrests for failing to update his sex offender status. Jesus Christ! Jones was arrested in 2002 for possession of child pornography and soliciting a 14-year-old boy to produce sexually explicit images between 2000 and 2001. Okay, yeah, fuck him. It seems he turned himself in and pleaded no contest. But I'm impressed he still got work. Didn't serve any time, just probation, community service.
Meredith watched a bunch of TikTok videos about someone rewatching 90s Christian drama show Seventh Heaven and constantly commenting that the pastor dad character's actor was a PDF file.
Funny how that happens. Oh, I need to get my screenshot of the... Okay. Okay, back to it.
Welcome to Dave's Minions Emporium. I'm selling this guy right here, for $500. Call the number below and I'll throw in this real, one-of-a-kind, real Minion bouncy castle for only $2,500. Only $2,500 for this real Minion bouncy castle. It's a steal. Get the phone. Call the number. Huh? What'd you say? Call the number. I'll be swimming in your money, but you'll be swimming in this. If you want, I can throw in this one-of-a-kind Minion toilet for free. So Minion memes and Facebook, it's something that we're all sadly very familiar with. Boomers rushing to go like these posts, trampling people to go leave a comment saying, "That's so me, haha, good one, Sandra." But lately things have gotten a little bit worse. It went from bad to downright terrifying. Most of the memes they're sharing are AI, and the boomers are now trying to scam each other with AI minion products or things that don't even exist. Like here we have a Facebook marketplace listing for $2,500 of a minion inflatable pool. Obviously the quality of the image is AI, right? I mean, here you have some wonky lines going on in the background. The water in the pool is blurry. You see how it looks like it has a nose? It's kind of weird, right? Because minions don't have noses. It's the AI trying to make the minion have both a closed mouth and an open mouth. Things have been getting a little bit out of hand lately. So today we're looking at the current state of things, and we're gonna really get down in the minion trenches, taking some notes and looking at not just what's happening, but why this is happening. So as you can see here, there's a lot of different Facebook groups just dedicated to loving minions. Let's just take a look through some of these.
Let's go the upper body.
We have some
or the lower body, I guess.
general minion memes, like anything to do with being fat. Every time I lose some weight, I find it again in the refrigerator. Exercise, I thought you said extra fries. Here's an AI one. It looks possessed. Like the soul has not only left its body, it's actively stealing other people's. For some reason we have minion brine going on. This one somehow has 579 likes and 405 shares. I don't fart, I just whisper in my pants. Sometimes it's a scream. 378 likes. I don't know why I try to do anything anymore. I don't. Just because you have the power to create something doesn't mean you have to. It's like these people discovered they can use AI, so they just typed whatever nonsense came into their mind into the thing, so it would just spit out an image. But the image actually doesn't really relate to what they're saying at all, so there's no cohesion, right? This one, there's 3 minions
Verdict
on top
scribe.
of a minion car with a minion inside it, and it
$378
looks like they're trying to persuade you to buy
That's a
the
lot of butts.
Heisenberg special blue rock candy. Difficulties in your life don't come to destroy you, but to help you realize your hidden potential. With 3 fingers on one hand and 4 fingers on the other, ready to come and snatch you. Okay, this one's kind of dark. There's dear happiness, where are you? Also, the phrases they're using don't even make sense. It's not even properly worded. I am not crazy. I prefer the term mental hilarious. Someone created this horrible, horrible AI photo of a minion shower. And also, more recently, somebody created an AI photo of a minion bathroom. And the first reply is, can I have this, please?
What the fuck?
No, you can't. Obviously not. It's quite baffling to see the amount of wonkiness going on in this photo. The person thinks it's real and they want it. Not only do they think it's real, they think if somebody made a minion toilet, that they would somehow just give it away to this person for free or something. Now, a lot of these groups for minion lovers have been infiltrated by accounts that are just trying to sell them fake products or products with AI minion art on them. In one of the minion groups, someone just posted an ad where they said, "Oh my god, I love them so much," showing these minion Crocs. And here's the thing, right? These minion Crocs don't exist. It's just a design that has been placed
Verdict
upon
scribe.
a mock-up image.
The only
And
thing
for those
that would
who don't
make
know,
this
mock-ups
worse is
are
if these were
commonly used in
NFTs.
You're gonna give somebody an idea. You should be careful. Okay, so that's gonna go like that, and that'll be okay.
on-demand businesses. Like, say Redbubble, for example. You know how they have that model that wears that blank shirt all the time? And whenever you make a design, that design just shows on the guy's shirt? That's a mock-up. And this Crocs image is similar, right? Problem is here, this person is saying, "Oh my god, I love them so much," as if they own the product they're showing, even though they're clearly using a mock-up image, which means they don't actually have the design in their hands, even though they're acting like they bought the product. And also, this mock-up image might not even be real. It also might be an AI image, because you can see some weird things going on in the background, like some lines that don't really make sense, some areas that are blurry that shouldn't be blurry. It's quite weird. AI mock-ups are actually something that a lot of people are turning to these days. Like, here on Etsy, you can buy a bunch of AI mock-ups for less than $5. This is not an ad. I don't agree with using them. I'm just saying that it's a very lazy shortcut people are taking. Personally, though, I don't think I would buy a product using an AI mock-up because, I mean, no aspect of this image is real, so what the hell would I actually be buying from you? I don't know, would you buy this? Would you personally buy this? Let me know. And if you say yes, you're banned. Some poor soul asked the person, "Where did you get those?" And they replied with a sketchy link, so it looks pretty desperate, and I hope they didn't enter their card information because they might not get a minion, but, you know, they might get credit card debt. Here someone posted in this group, "Let me pour you a tall glass of get over it. Oh, and here's a straw so you can suck it up," which is obviously an AI generated photo, right? And something struck me as odd about the design, which I'll get into in just a second when I tell you what they also posted. They also made a post where it said, "If you love minions, find everything at our store." You know, with a photo of a bed with a minion blanket on it and some sketchy link below it. After finding out that they sell things themselves, I looked at this design and realized that it looks a lot more like a t-shirt design than it does a minion meme. When you look at the sheer amount of people trying to do AI side hustles these days, it looks exactly like the type of thing that they would spit out. Speaking of minion blankets, somebody else posted in a group, "Lovely minions blanket for movie date night." Who are you dating? What date night would call for this? Now, a popular thing that has been flooding these groups would be AI minion mug designs. And this is not a coincidence because there's a lot of side hustle influencers out there that'll try to tell you to take super cheap, lazy, kind of unethical shortcuts just to make as much money as possible. A lot of these people recommend doing print-on-demand businesses, using AI for them, and honing in on a single group to market your products towards. And a lot of them recommend specifically creating mugs for whatever reason. So what I'm saying is a bunch of people trying to do AI side hustles have discovered that there is a niche they can market towards, which is minion lovers. They're just flooding these groups in droves with their horrible products. I'm not crazy, I'm just special. No, wait. Maybe I am crazy. 1 second, I have to talk to myself about this. Hold on. I am not crazy. I prefer the term mentally hilarious. Totally agree with you, buddy. Minions family on beach picnic, summer theme ceramic mug. Perfect collection item or gift for minions and coffee lover. And I think the wildest thing is on a lot of these posts showing the AI minions, the people on Facebook are just eating this up. Now, the AI minion epidemic is not just contained within the boundaries of Facebook. Turns out a lot of people are also selling AI minion products on Etsy. Here I found a product that is in 20 people's baskets right now, okay? It is in 20 baskets. Please comprehend that. And it currently costs $3 for PNGs of AI minions with horrible glitches in them. Look at this photo. Like, one, he's extended. It's like chiropractor gone wrong. His teeth appear to be going through a divorce. He's wearing an overall over his overalls. Am I seeing this right? Am I seeing this correctly? Here's something being sold on Etsy for $2.77. It is 70 Minions tumbler wraps. Of course, all of them are also AI. And the product has 16 reviews. Now, you can't know exactly how many people bought this product. However, a safe guess is that 1 in every 10 buyers converts to someone who's going to leave a review. And if that's true for this product, that means it will have sold over 160 times. Meaning this person probably made at least this much. I don't really know anybody my age who's obsessed with minion memes and obsessed with collecting minions. Ignore that. When you look at the people who are liking and reposting these memes, they're usually part of the Gen X age group or above. So there's a question, why does this group seem to like minions so much? How are they falling for this? Like, how are they actually buying these AI products? Well, to answer the first question, I mean, minions have just been really successful in general. There's this sort of appeal to them that can be universally understood by people from all different sorts of backgrounds. Minions don't speak a specific language. They have their own language they've made up, and a lot of their communication is nonverbal. They also lean into more of like a slapstick physical comedy style, which is also something that's more universally understood. And when you ask the question, why are the older generations drawn to them to this extent? There's many factors at play. However, I have my own personal conspiracy theory. I think nostalgia is a really powerful feeling. Back when this demographic was younger, slapstick comedy was substantially more popular, with the Three Stooges or Looney Tunes being a really good example. The Smurfs were really popular. It was popular on TV, it was popular in comics. People would collect Smurfs. There's actually quite a few similarities between the Smurfs and Minions. Appearance-wise, they kind of play on the same things. They're very
Smurf
iconic,
off.
very easy to recognize. They're both small in size, with a bold color and a staple piece of clothing that they all share. They're less of a standalone figure, and more so characters that work and play their part within a community. There's quite a few commonalities. I think that the Minions actually have this nostalgia factor to them, as they may remind these people of some of the more popular characters from their youth. And as for the boomers falling for AI, AI has developed so fast. I think recognizing AI is definitely a skill set that you have to build up over time, because even when you look at this minion cool photo, right? When you look at this area of the photo, it definitely looks more realistic. But when you look at this area of the photo, it looks very much so like CGI, right? It looks fake. And the way that you process an image is going to be based on, the knowledge you currently have. So for someone who doesn't normally interact in online spaces and hasn't been exposed to the advancements in AI, they might look at this image and then subconsciously focus on the realistic looking part and think, oh, a computer couldn't do that. Meanwhile, when you're on the internet more, your eye just gravitates towards different places and you just naturally start seeing these imperfections easier. Like, I know when AI first started really being developed, I had a really hard time telling fake houses from real ones. Only once you're exposed to a lot of them can you actually start noticing the differences between the lighting quality and other stuff. Now, if you like Minions, I'm not going to shame you. It's fine, okay? It's fine. I used to want to kick them into the sun, but now, embarrassingly, I have developed a maternal instinct towards the creatures. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. I kind of hate it. It's a little embarrassing. So I bought that for the video, but, a sad confession is that I partially bought it for myself. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's about all I have for today. If you liked the video, feel free to stick around on the channel, leave a like. like or subscribe. Otherwise, just have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
Okay, this goes like. E1.
Over the last 32 years, oh no. The DC animated universe has gifted us with countless superhero adaptations, often considered to be the gold standard for on-screen depictions of DC comic books. We got everyone from the popular and expected, like Superman, Wonder Woman, and of course, Batman, to the extremely obscure and unexpected, like Obsidian or fucking Nemesis. I'll still never quite understand how he wound up with an invite. But sometimes these cartoons would take a character you thought for sure would show up at some point, and instead go,
and now for something completely different.
You think you've got me? Well, surprise! Case in point, the subject of today's video, Power Girl. Rather than adapt her classic comic book origin one-to-one, the DCAU crew chose to revamp her as Galatea, an evil Supergirl clone created by Project Cadmus, the shady Black Ops agency that had Justice League Unlimited Season 2 in a chokehold.
I'm the bad boy. Never been the bad boy.
She fought Supergirl a couple times, she seemingly died by electric shock, and that was that. Until it wasn't. Hence, the mystery! 2017's Batman and Harley Quinn animated movie teased an actual Power Girl, represented by this waitress dressed like her at the Super Babes restaurant, also home to a Power
Need to
Girl
watch that movie.
Jumbo Combo menu item. Since Power Girl only existed in the form of a villain in this universe and never went by that name, who the hell is this chick modeling herself after? Can we figure out the identity of the real Power Girl of the DCAU? First things first, why in Darkseid's name are we still talking about Batman and Harley Quinn? That movie's not even DCAU canon, right? Well, for one, do I have an hour-long courtroom drama for you? And for two, with how many multiverse events are being thrown around these days, even if you don't want old B&HQ to be canon to the DCAU, it's canon to some DCAU, and this appears to be one that follows up events of JLU, which is where the confusion comes from in the first place. So, just bear with me, please. Two bears with me. Two Arctic Mr. Freeze adjacent polar bears with me, that's how much. Thank you.
Am I the only one who understands the complexities of this ambitious cinematic masterpiece? This movie isn't stupid! You're stupid!
What might the Power Girl Jumbo Combo at Super Babes mean if we're playing devil's advocate? It could be that the menu item isn't even named after any character, it's just some generic super-sounding name for a food at the super-themed restaurant. A superfood, even? Is the Power Girl Jumbo Combo salmon with sweet potatoes? A power meal for Power Girls!
Verdict scribe. That's the neat thing
No,
about
every
multiverses.
other menu item,
They're
to
all
our
canon.
knowledge, is named
Truly.
after an existing person.
One black canary leg and thigh with coleslaw?
Same with the waitress dressed like her. Every single other waitress is modeling someone recognizable we know to exist. And Starfire. This is also the only time we get a hint of Starfire in this universe, but I'm gonna guess there wasn't some overriding off-screen evil Starfire. Maybe that one's named Cilantro. She tastes like soap! Yes! The Power Girl waitress notably has a red cape, something Galatea never did, except for this cheeky sight gag where she tosses a red hand towel over her shoulder. But nobody but Amanda Waller was in the room, and I doubt she sent any Snapchats of that. Well, okay, the late for a doctor's appointment background extra was there too, but how's she gonna popularize Cadmus fashion accessories when she can't even make it to a doctor's appointment? Or even, what if the name Power Girl is just what the public refers to Galatea as? Like when Stephen Amell didn't have a superhero name yet and everybody just called him The Hood. Random citizens wouldn't know her name as friggin' Galatea.
Friends call me Taya.
Oh, sorry. Wait, are we friends? I could be friends. People did witness Taya doing stuff out in the open back in her first appearance, when Supergirl is psychically connected to her and viewing Taya's actions as nightmares. This guy certainly witnessed her right before he witnessed the fucking afterlife. Cadmus goons chased Taya through the busy streets of Metropolis, like right through rush hour traffic. She full-on murders some rando when she blows up their car. Somebody had to hear about that.
Hero or menace?
So, sure, they could have called her Power Girl, but it would be kind of random. They'd be more likely to call her Flying Gymnast Leotard Girl, or just as quickly assume Supergirl got a haircut and implants.
It's me.
So really, those sorts of cynical viewpoints aside, let's proceed under the assumption that there is truly a Power Girl in the DCAU post-Galatea. Where is she? Who is she? Why is she?
The girl. Tell me more.
Is it possible that our mystery Power Girl just has the same origin story as she does in the comics? Originally, Power Girl was essentially Supergirl from the parallel reality of Earth 2. Same deal, Superman's cousin Kara also rocketed to Earth from Krypton, only she joined the Justice Society as Power Girl.
And now you know my cool fucking backstory. That is pretty cool. Thank you.
So if they wanted Power Girl and Supergirl to coexist in a normal way, there would probably have to be some kind of big universe-hopping crisis something or other, just to
On Infinite Earths,
which
perhaps?
Doesn't seem like a direction the producers wanted to go with the show, at least at the time. That's too zany. This was the big government conspiracy season. The fighting dinosaurs in the center of the Earth season would come later. And besides, other than already getting what they wanted out of Galatea alone, the JLU crew had also already introduced an Earth 2, or rather Earth 2.5 as Bruce Timm put it, with the Justice Guild. Most of the Justice Society characters already existed in the League's reality. It would have been 5 too many continuity hoops to jump through just for the sake of bringing in Power Girl for the heck of it. And even past that, Supergirl herself even had a completely original backstory in the DCAU. She wasn't from Krypton, she wasn't Superman's biological cousin, she wasn't rocketed off the planet or even from the same planet. So it's not like the writers would have to give Power Girl her classic comic origin anyway. In fact, I'd say it's more likely they wouldn't. They'd create a brand new backstory for her, which they already did! But the fact still remains. There is a Power Girl out there, so again...
What? Where?
Between all of that homework and the general consensus of most of us hardcore nerds that are still talking about these shows, we're really only left with 3 likely options. The first being, perhaps Galatea didn't actually die.
Ooh, that's tiny.
I mean, she looks super dead though, right? Pretty burnt out by the experience. Shocking. New haircut is fire though, but like she's twitching clearly.
Out of
she even
pocket.
lets out a barely audible, which is basically cartoon for
I'm not dead!
While Supergirl did zap the hell out of her, it wasn't like with a big kryptonite laser or a red sun cannon or something crazy sci-fi like that would have unquestionably murdered her. It was a big power cable. Wait, is that why it's Power Girl? That's so mean! It was just electricity. While that gives Superman a run for his money on a near daily basis, he's always fine afterwards. I needed to know for sure, so I did what any rational person who's conducted separate interviews with the director, story author, and writer of Galatea's debut episode over the years would do. I forced them all into the same Zoom call so I could ask them. Obviously, this is not going to be like a tell me what's the canon answer to this or whatever, but just in your opinions, I suppose. If you have opinions. Kate, look. Galatea was shocked with the full might of the entire Watchtower's power source. A source which runs an enormous space station and its BFG. So if she did survive this, fucking how?
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make
make sense? Well, any number of ways, really. She was zapped to near death, but just put in a coma and woke up later. It's happened with the friggin' Riddler, it can happen with her. She was rushed to a hospital right after this scene. The Justice League don't kill, they just shove fireworks inside you and blow you up. Sure, regular electricity has killed regular humans in this world, but this is an experimental clone of a nearly invulnerable alien that's been genetically modified to be older and stronger than the original. Unlike her clones in arms, the Ultimate, she doesn't seem to have an expiration date. Plus, when she got caught in a big explosion earlier in the series, Professor Hamilton revived her. She can apparently be reassembled in the right hands.
We can rebuild him. We have the technology.
We've brought up numerous times how Bruce Timm cites that if you don't see a body cremated or otherwise destroyed beyond repair, there's always a way to bring that character back. This is cartoon logic plus superhero logic plus plot armor plus broadcast standards and practices not allowing you to outright kill anybody on screen.
No one's ever really dead.
No one's ever really gone.
You guys get to kill people, though, on the show, which is, there's no more marked difference between Cartoon Network and Kids WB than that.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
Okay, so she is dead. Thanks, Bob. Thanks for answering the question. According to series director Dan Reba, it's ambiguous on purpose. I don't think she came back, so I guess she died. We probably couldn't kill her, network and all, but we probably didn't want to in case we wanted to bring her back. So if you want her to be dead, she is. If you want her to survive, she did.
The choices are yours and yours alone.
Perfect, thanks. Very helpful, Dan. Just kidding, I love you. So say she did indeed survive. Why become a superhero? Why become Power Girl?
I'm the good boy again.
If we're kind of writing fan fiction to sort this out, then imagine, if you will, a world where Supergirl's evil clone grows a conscience. Maybe the whole Cadmus experience gave her a new perspective on life. Taking orders from shady mad scientists all the time, programmed for vengeance, and never asking to be created, there's a number of ways you could write it. But think about this, too. Were Galatea to wake up from whatever medical trauma following her Pikachu Thundershock, she may very well be waking up to a world without Supergirl. Supergirl's final appearance in the DCAU saw her travel to the future of the Legion of Superheroes, where she falls in love with Brainiac 5 and decides to stay in the 3000s. If Galatea woke up in a Supergirl-less environment, she may feel compelled to more or less fill that role. Except two things. First, by our calculations, the Batman and Harley Quinn film, where we get the Power Girl hint in the first place, actually takes place during the events of JLU, bridging the final two seasons, aka after all the Cadmus stuff, but before the final string of Legion of Doom episodes. So before Supergirl ever disappears...
Yeah, I don't either. I watched the show, I don't know, 5, 10 years ago, all the way through. I remember her being there, but I don't know.
There's apparently a Power Girl and Supergirl at the same time. And secondly, I don't really buy that Galatea would just suddenly turn over a new leaf like that. Even if she wanted to make a new name for herself and kind of come out of hiding, so to speak, she was pretty damn evil.
She does a lot of wanton killing.
Sure, she had this nice little moment with Daddy Ham, but she was also nutso supervillain mode every time we saw her, especially at the end. She disobeyed Amanda Waller's orders so she could try and kill Supergirl and blow up the Watchtower. Her being able to have that change of heart is kind of far-fetched to me. How many more Pokemon references can I toss into this video? Then again, even Superman had to redeem himself in the eyes of humanity after Darkseid brainwashed him in his series finale. So it's not like this scenario is impossible, but how would she even get to that point? Did the big Zappy Zaps, like, rewire her brain? Like her clone DNA got
so twisted.
Maybe the shock gave her amnesia or something. She forgot she ever was a bad guy, and the Justice League nursed her toward being a hero.
That was
Which
close.
is all fine and dandy, but you just know there would eventually be a story where she'd start to remember all the doo-doo things she'd done, like Metropolisian vehicular manslaughter, so it probably wouldn't stick forever. Amnesia aside, something big would have to happen for Galatea to switch sidebar menus on the Kids WB Batman Superman website. If you recall, Supergirl was having those Galatea POV nightmares because of a mental link between the two of them. An unforeseen and undesired result of the cloning process. When Kara would go to sleep, she'd witness Tea's monstrous homicidal actions as if she was the one performing them. But following Tea's original splodedness, she was in Cadmus's care. They could have easily removed that link, fix the problem, and it seems they did since Supergirl wasn't aware that Galatea was Looney Tunes back in action until she was like, "Hey girl, I'm just here thrashing the fuck out of steel, how's it hanging?" But since when she gets super cooked, she's theoretically left in lead custody this time, and we do see that the forehead chip thing she uses to control the Ultramen has short-circuited. There's nothing preventing that psychic link with Supergirl from continuing like it used to. Taya may find herself in a coma for months. Imagine if during that entire time she's just dreaming everything that Supergirl is doing. Every heroic act, every person she saves, every joy that life brings her, Galatea gets to experience firsthand through her eyes. She'd even witnessed Kara changing her costume to more reflect Superman's, something we know happened between seasons. So the very thing that caused night terrors and panic attacks for Supergirl is now flipped on its head and presenting Galatea with a lived-in experience of the person she could be. She's also seeing every time Supergirl eats or uses the bathroom or whatever, so that's something. But Supergirl's life playing like a movie in Taya's head could theoretically deprogram her Cadmus-iness. It'd be like that scene where we find out Doomsday was forced to watch simulations of Superman, so he'd want nothing more than to kill him, except with 100% less heat vision torture and 36% less Clockwork Orange. It's not that out of the question, pun intended.
It's because the link works both ways, doesn't it? While she was seeing what you were doing, you were feeling her conscience. It bites having someone in your head, doesn't it?
When Question confronts Galatea, he tells her to kill him, and she hesitates. We don't see for sure that she wouldn't do it, because Supergirl up and throws a car at her, but still, she could fry him in an instant or punch a hole through his faceless face before he could even think about the true purpose of Aglitz. But she doesn't. Would she have killed him if she'd had enough time?
I think the answer is for sure she would have.
I don't know. One of the key elements in the story is that Galatea has acquired some of the conscience
Right.
of Supergirl.
That's why she doesn't, but...
It's why she hesitates.
Yeah.
But evidence, everywhere else through the episode suggests that she pushes through that conscience problem. It may take her a moment longer because this is someone Supergirl actually knows, but I think she would.
I mean, even Supergirl was getting annoyed with Question in the episode, so she I could.
He is. Gotta love him. Or hate him. Maybe both. Fun fact, Jeffrey Combs plays Question, and he also played Ratchet on Transformers Prime. I picked him out immediately.
Longer because this is someone Supergirl actually knows, but I think she would have killed him.
I mean, even Supergirl was getting annoyed with Question in the episode, so she...
It's not like they were close.
Yeah. I could easily subscribe to the idea that when Galatea finally wakes up, presumably in the Watchtower's Pump Captain Atom full of plasma again room, she feels inspired to do good. And, though she's comfortable enough to re-enter the world, she's still unsure of herself and her dark history. She doesn't think she's super, but she sure is powerful.
And scene.
Ooh, what if that
Right in the boob window.
continued across the time stream somehow, and Taya could almost communicate with Supergirl back and forth between time periods? There are some good stories here, DCAU writers. Please steal them from us. So that all seems like a good enough explanation, yeah? No need to dig any deeper. We can just stop the video here and boot up Helldivers and... Oh. There's a Power Girl in the JLU tie-in comics. Like, in the background a few times in the Justice League. She's even mentioned by name by Batman. Huh. These comics came out while the show was still on the air, so it seems like even back then they had some kind of quote-unquote plan with Power Girl. Well, I guess if this good Galatea fan theory holds any water, that could be the explanation for her existence. Like, this is Galatea. Except... I wonder how long we can play that before it gets copyrighted. So, we've established that if Galatea became Power Girl, that would at least have to be after the conclusion of the second season of JLU, aka the Cadmus arc, right? Those episodes are all very back-to-back. Taya gets fried, Brainiac bursts out of Luthor, they defeat him, and Cadmus backs down from being enemies with the Justice League, all in the same day. The next time we see Amanda Waller, she's even chit-chatting with General Eiling about how all her dubious antagonistic stuff is behind her. And yet, when Power Girl shows up in the JLU comics, it's during a story where the twist-ending villain is Amanda Waller. So this issue somehow happens during the Cadmus arc of the animated series? The comic story in question was published in September 2005, which was several months after that season of the show had wrapped up. But we know that comic books take a while to produce, and rarely did their teams get any communication from the cartoon crew. So it's pretty believable that this issue could have been written and created while Cadmus is the enemy was still the status quo on TV. And that, by all accounts, doesn't make any sense.
Okay, and then the last.
Trying to make all this stuff work in harmony, I can assure you, mine are bigger than yours.
My mind is the internet. I know every continuity mistake ever made on television.
Power Girl didn't make a lot of other appearances in this comic series, so maybe the people working on it realized their mistake. In fact, in the letters to the editor section of issue number 20, a reader even mailed in about it.
My only complaint is that the comic shows Power Girl, yet on TV there is no Power Girl, only Galatea, who resembles that heroine.
To which the publisher replied, "Drat, you noticed that, did you? Well, trust me, Power Girl and Galatea are different characters, but the fact that their costumes are similar may have some significance." Cryptic! What could that significance be?
It's just a cop-out.
These reader mail segments during this time were always angled around a supposed conversation with Johnny DC, a sort of mascot of DC Comics' young reader publishing. In fact, Johnny, or sometimes a lady version, Johnny,
I'm a dance major, and I'm not. 5, 6, 7, 8.
would even occasionally appear within the pages of DC titles, commenting on their events or kind of breaking the fourth wall as a continuity cop. Sounds like my career path is all laid out before me. Prepare yourselves for Jamie DC coming 2027. But even if these columns were presented as being answered by Johnny, there was like a real person behind these answers, right? If I could track that person down, I could ask them what they meant by this Power Girl costume comparison's significance. Maybe the JLU comic was planning to explain the new Power Girl after all. It makes sense to me that Johnny was perhaps the editor of each particular issue. This issue's editor was Michael Wright. He tells me, "I'm not sure about those. I usually signed mine, your pal in the Batcave." Johnny DC might have been Tom Palmer Jr. or Mike McAvenny. Okay, a couple of leads, not bad. Mike, I didn't write these and I can't say for certain who did. It's possible Michael Wright handled this. He didn't. Tom? Hi, James. Sorry, I didn't have anything to do with the Johnny DC pages in those books. I'm not exactly sure who handled those. Okay. Is this going to be another one of those Lucho situations? Am I going to have to go on a half-hour Private Eye-style true crime documentary adventure to find whoever Johnny DC is? I don't have time for that. Now that I'm thinking more about it, maybe Joan Hilty would know? She handled a lot more of the kids' books than me. Oh? Okay. Joan Hilty, writer. Here's her website. Good. Looks a little outdated. Like, that's 2 DC logos ago. But, contact? God, I hope this works. Please still check this email address and send.
Now we play the waiting game.
Okay, let's give it together.
By the way, if this is you security called, they found your winner card. This stuff is all yours. We replied to your original comments, so go check that for more details. Here's the next bundle of stuff. A 4K copy of the Legion of Superheroes movie and a full set of the original BTAS Topps trading cards. All you gotta do to enter is leave a comment answering our question of the day from the end of this video. We've also got a new t-shirt in the merch store. It's a joke from later in the video. It's the Power Girl boob window, but it's solar panels. It'll make sense, I promise. Also, just a sidebar, help us get to 200 Patreon supporters. We'll do a Will It Cannon video on Teen Titans and the Batman.
I feel like I've seen those.
The waiting game sucks. Let's play
Brawlin' Bots. Hi, James. Sorry for the tardy response. I tried to go into the Wayback Machine, but couldn't remember for the life of me, so I reached out to my then assistant. She reminded me that Johnny was Charlie Boatner. Thanks for reaching out. Sure enough, multiple sources for Charlie Online confirm him as the voice of Johnny DC. So I reached out. Whether or not he remembered a minute detail only I would ever care about from a magazine published 20 years ago, he still might be able to help in some way. Hey James, you're right, that was me. And you're right, my memory on that letter is weak. It looks like writer Adam Beechin was scripting stories featuring a wide assortment of DC heroes without making direct reference to the animated continuity. I'm going to guess that the significance was that Power Girl was Superman's cousin in her original incarnation, All-Star number 58, while Galatea was cloned from Superman's cousin. Okay, so this version of Power Girl we see in the JLU comics maybe did have the 70s Earth 2 origin, just off-screen? The DCAU has done this a number of times, bringing in some new character and just expecting you to be okay with their existence. Miss Martian, Jason Todd, even Hal Jordan and Guy Gardner are confirmed Green Lanterns and Justice Leaguers at some point in time. Always stuff we never saw until it was either explained later or explained never.
There's no laws in this place. Anything goes. It's Thunderdome.
And in Power Girl's case, we at least have some minor confirmation that there may have been an unseen Earth 2 adventure after all, where she crossed over and became a staple hero in the League's reality. Or, if not Earth 2 related, we could always consider her revamped origin that came from the fallout of Crisis on Infinite Earths back in the 80s, when she was rewritten to actually be the descendant of an ancient Atlantean sorcerer so that she and Supergirl could still exist simultaneously without having to be quote-unquote the same person. Why not this? I'm sure Aquaman wouldn't mind another Atlantean hogging some spotlight. He wasn't even allowed to be in the cartoon after season 1 anyway. But that's a topic for another time. I spoke with
I'd love to hear that topic. Damn, what?
Adam Beechin as well, and asked about if he had plans for explaining Power Girl's appearance. But he clarified that he actually tried very hard to steer clear of the animated continuity, and any anachronistic background characters would have likely been a decision by the issue's artist. Beechin never purposely included Power Girl, nor did he intend to write about her for this world. So if it's the artist who done it, what does Carlo Barberi have to say about this? The answer is simple. I just wanted to draw Power Girl in the background. It wasn't supposed to be Galatea. I had free range to draw whatever character I wanted, even if they were not in the show. So 100% sure it's Power Girl, not Galatea. I wish I thought about redeeming Galatea,
No
but I did
Aquamans
not.
allowed.
That answer is simple, Carlo. So simple. Not redeeming Galatea, but I did not. That answer is simple, Carlo. So simple, in fact, that I can't accept it. Oh, okay, just kidding. I can, I will. But say we don't want to go the route of perfectly coincidental off-screen comic book accurate origin for Power Girl. If she for sure isn't Galatea, then for my final trick, I want to pull one last option out of my hat. It just so happens that the Justice League Unlimited comics predecessor, Justice League Adventures, just may have sown the seeds for the perfect Power Girl DCAU origin story. JL Adventures number 3 features the League happening upon a stranded spaceship filled with thousands of stasis tubes that contain bodies, only 4 of which have actually survived. Freedom fighters from the planet Daxam. While it's unexplained in the actual issue, Daxam is classically populated by colonists who are descendants of Kryptonians. So when these survivors are brought to Earth, they exhibit similar powers as Superman. The woman of the bunch, Claudette, takes a liking to the Man of Steel and explores her newfound superpowers with excitement and joy, dancing in the sky. Unfortunately, the Daxamites begin enacting their own will on the planet, believing they're doing the world a service while actually being pretty totalitarian. Who would have guessed? It's not like this kind of thing has happened before, but this time it's much less intentionally evil, more of a misconstruing of their own power and place in society. This is perhaps the shortest long story short I've ever done with a DCAU comic, but the point is that eventually the Daxamites come to blows with the Justice League, revealed to have actually been prisoners aboard that ship, and it is Claudette herself who stops the fighting and makes her brethren see the error of their ways. In the end, she and the others are given Watchtower spacesuits so that they may return to Daxam and make things right. Good luck, Claudette. Thank you, Kal-El, for dancing in the sky with me. If the planet Daxam of Justice League Adventures is anything like the Daxam of the CW Arrowverse, then this DCAU version may also be currently helpless as its star system is thrown completely into chaos when Krypton explodes.
3 billion. That's how many were on that planet.
This whole thing is very similar to Supergirl's DCAU origin story, down to the planetary destruction, cryogenic survival, and even Superman referring to Claudette as his cousin. And she's even got the boob window. The boob window! Okay, it's not exactly the same, but it's a damn cleavage circle.
Coincidence? I think not.
If you haven't jumped to this decently obvious conclusion yet, there's a very Power Girl-esque nature about Claudette. In 2020, I read this JL Adventures issue on a live stream for our second channel, the Pod Tower, and when the live chat started pointing out the Power Girl similarities, I had to take note.
Then, the artist, John Delaney, appeared in the comments of our Instagram post that promoted the stream, so I had to ask, was the design of the female Daxamite intended to be similar to Power Girl? And he said, no coincidence, I definitely had Power Girl in when I designed her. Fabienne Nicieza made her the moral heart of the team, so she felt like the way Power Girl is always written. When I contacted Fabian, the writer of the issue, he responded that while he couldn't remember if he purposely modeled Cladec's character after Power Girl or simply had gone with the Supergirl analogy, the parallels were definitely purposeful. Wait, holy shit, that's the co-creator of Deadpool. I just talked to the co-creator of Deadpool. If I say Deadpool enough, will that be helpful with the algorithm? Deadpool and Wolverine, Marvel Cinematic Universe, Like a Prayer, Madonna. So, DCAU Power Girl Daxamite? She Daxamite not. We do see Mon-El, another Daxamite, in the Legion of Superheroes future in Justice League vs. the Fatal Five. So there were indeed survivors, even in the on-screen continuity. And or perhaps the DCAU Mon-El may even be a descendant of Power Girl. I mean, it's not impossible. Saturn Girl might be descended from Miss Martian, but we covered that already. Okay, new heart canon, DCAU Power Girl actually comes from Saturn too, and her real name is Power Girl. Like a good little boy, I did do my due diligence and checked all the Capstone published DCAU style books from the last few years to see if there was anything helpful in there, like how I approached our Barry Allen video. But even though Power Girl is among the Justice League roster at the top of a lot of the books, she never actually appears as a character in any story, much like our pal Blue Beetle. Some of these folks are just stuck in cameo purgatory for all time. Power Girl did at least get a more or less official DCAU character design out of the deal though, thanks to artist Tim Levins, whose original design was too, perky for kids' books, I guess. Damn, Capstone, how can she be Power Girl if Earth's yellow sun can't reach her solar panels? See, now it makes sense, right? Like Carlo Barberi said, the answer is probably simple. Bruce Timm just wanted to put the booby character in cartoon Hooters. And you know, various other DCAU-looking Power the booby character in cartoon Hooters. And you know, various other DCAU-looking Power Girls have popped up over the years, like the cover of Superman and Batman Magazine #1, or a quick little story in Adventures in the DC Universe. Toss in these handful of Bruce Timm sketches, and it's not hard to imagine her existing in the DCAU somehow, even if it is always just out of view. Regardless of the continuity of the DC animated universe continuing to evolve in strange and unexpected ways as this little blue orb hurtles through space, Justice League Unlimited was undoubtedly a masterclass in serial storytelling, and the Power Girl we did get was still very much worth the wait.
What was great about this show, these guys were talking about big ideas, like issues of government, secrecy and overreach and what's wrong with vigilantism, and like very mature subjects, and handling it like over very long arcs. All the stuff we were doing at Warner Animation was ahead of its time in terms of the kind of storytelling we were doing on television. But in particular, JLU got real sophisticated, real mature.
The thing was that there was nothing about any of those shows that a kid
Should be back in business. So what I was saying is that I built a cod piece here. Built a waist. Also, here's my progress so far. Built the
Vertex scribe. Back.
front.
Vertex scribe. Y888Y1.
Alright. It's time for the legs. This is taking longer than I thought it would. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't want to split this into 2 builds, but I might have to. It's getting kind of late. A lot of it been on. Two hours, 17 minutes. I'll keep going for a bit. I've done longer streams. I know it's getting late, so if people need to go, then go. I won't be offended. But for now, let me... It's basically just the legs left at this point. They're kind of big. Doesn't look too intricate, so I'll get on with it.
The thing was that there was nothing about any of those shows that a kid couldn't enjoy. Some of the concepts might be over their heads, but there's plenty of action. There's usually a strong emotional core going through it. In children's literature, there are certain things you can come back to. You enjoyed certain aspects of it as a child, then you see it again, you go, wait a minute, there was this whole undercurrent there that an adult could enjoy and understand, maybe even change their opinion.
I see now that the circumstances of one's birth are irrelevant. It is what you do with the gift of life that determines who you are.
Yes, I got one more in. For my question of the day, I want to know what's another DC superhero we never got in the
This
animated
isn't therapy,
universe
so I'll
that
leave
you
this.
would have wanted to see or hoped to see in a future project. And to everyone listed here who supports us on Patreon, you are the real Power Girls in my heart or something. I don't know. Bye.
Oh, we can't really literally make a Power Girl. It's just sort of Power Girl adjacent.
Right.
I like the Watchtower. They did some real deep dives on DC stuff, DCAU stuff.
When you're a true mom and pop indie small venue, you're like one person and you're doing like 6 jobs. You guys here with the water department? You guys need drink tickets? You want me to do it? Here's a list for a backup. I could be up on the roof later working on the air conditioning for all we know. And let's do our little security meeting then. How you doing? You alright? Are you sweating? How the heck did that happen? If you haven't grabbed the plunger, then you're not an indie venue owner.
This is Tom. He owns a small rock club in Tampa, Florida that fits about 400 people.
Come on in.
Venue owners like Tom are the secret artists responsible for orchestrating all of your favorite concert moments.
Very soon, about 400 people will make their way in here for this concert. We're almost there.
And Tom is getting squeezed.
We used to operate about 25-30% margins in 2019, and now it's literally like 3% margins.
And the same people that are squeezing Tom are the ones gouging you for concert tickets priced at thousands of dollars. So if you can't afford to see your favorite artists, and the people putting on the shows aren't making any profits, who is making money? A giant corporate monopoly, of course, the two-headed beast of Live Nation and Ticketmaster. We're going to dig into just how they not only ruined the concert-going experience, but set the template for making everything in the American economy, from food to airline travel and healthcare, shittier and more expensive for all of us.
9.
I can go through a day
15,
where 100 people say to me, "We love you, we got to figure out how to keep you here." And how can you not be making money every time I turn around? You're having a sold-out concert. I'm like, listen, here's the thing: the big dogs are literally just gonna swallow me.
There's a hierarchy in live music, both in the sizes of the venues and the popularity of the artists. At the base are the small independent venues like Tom's. That's where traditionally most artists cut their teeth. Then in the middle tier, you have venues like the Pabst Theater in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, owned by Gary Witt. And at the very top, you have the big dogs Tom mentioned, the arenas, mostly owned by giant corporations like Live Nation, and the artists that can fill them, your Drakes, Taylor Swifts, and Beyoncés. Today, only that top tier that charges you thousands of dollars for tickets is able to sustain itself. But it didn't used to be this way. At one point, this top tier didn't even exist. The venues used to be a lot smaller, even for the biggest artists in the world. And the tickets were cheaper too. It's 1956. Teenagers in Miami are lining up outside the Olympus Theater all day to see Elvis Presley, the king of rock and roll. It's the hottest ticket in town, and it costs $1.50. And before
Holy
you
shit.
say, well, that's just inflation, we did the math, and in today's economy, that would be like seeing the biggest pop star in the world for under $20. That's because back in the 50s and 60s, musicians kind of expected to lose money on live shows because the tour was just marketing for their album. That's where the real money was. Shows were short, usually less than 30 minutes, and they were small, often too small. Tens of thousands of people came out that weekend in Miami to see the king of rock and roll, but the theater only fit about 2,000, so he ended up playing 7 shows over the course of 3 days. The Beatles figured out a way around that. In 1965, the boys from Liverpool changed live music forever with a record-breaking show at New York's Shea Stadium. 55,000 fans at a single show, screaming so loud the Beatles couldn't hear themselves play. The show grossed $300,000, or about $3 million today, and the band pocketed most of that. Stadium Rock was officially born, and in the years to come, it would only become more successful, all thanks to basketball. In the 60s, the NBA and NHL were massively expanding their league sizes, which led to a new crop of huge indoor stadiums, most notably Madison Square Garden in New York and the Forum in LA. It could fit up to 20,000 people, rain or shine, had better acoustics than the bigger outdoor stadiums, and were in need of more events to fill the nights when there were no games. Up to that point, a big artist might make up to $100K after playing a week's worth of shows at a mid-sized theater. But with these stadium and arena shows, they could make that much in just one night, without raising the ticket price. Case in point, the most expensive ticket for that iconic Beatles show was $575, or $56 today. And it stayed like this for decades. We looked up more ticket stubs from the biggest acts of the 70s and 80s. And when we adjusted the prices for inflation, we were surprised to find that every single show we looked up between 1970 and 1989 cost almost exactly the same, around $45. A price that would have also gotten you into the Beatles' iconic Shea Stadium show back in '65. But in the 1990s, everything in live music changed because of 3 groups: Ticketmaster, Live Nation, and Pearl Jam. First, there's Ticketmaster. Today, concert ticketing is mostly digital, but before the 90s, tickets used to be sold through call centers, at stores, or at box offices.
Me and my loser friends, we gotta go get Aerosmith tickets. Top priority of the summer.
There were a number of different ticketing agencies, and they made their money by charging venues a fee for handling all the technology and logistics of selling tickets. But Ticketmaster inverted that, and instead of charging venues, they started making money by charging fans, the infamous service fee. This incentivized venues to sign exclusive contracts with Ticketmaster over other companies. Ticketmaster also gobbled up the competition, acquiring 7 other ticketing agencies between 1985 and 1991, including their main rival, Ticketron.
Tickets are selling fast. Buy yours at Navy Pier, Carson Perry Scott, and Ticketron.
So, to sum up, that era of stable concert ticket prices we talked about ended at the same time that Ticketmaster became the only ticketing service in town. Because with their rivals out of the way, there was
that's a
nothing
monopoly.
to stop Ticketmaster from raising service fees, which they did. But an unlikely hero put them in the targets of government regulators.
People have been screaming about the Ticketmaster monopoly since the early 90s when Pearl Jam was testifying before Congress. At the same time the Ticketmaster was consolidating its corporate power in the 90s, there was a parallel story of anti-corporate rock bands like Nirvana and Pearl Jam emerging from roots in local underground music scenes, playing tiny 400-person rock clubs like Tom's, and then blowing up to massive fame as part of the alternative rock boom.
What exactly is your real name? Is it Beck? Were you christened Beck? All right.
And once the artists got huge, they started questioning Ticketmaster's exploitation of their loyal fan bases.
What do you think of artists who charge anywhere between $50 to $75 for tickets? Who charges that much money?
Who does that?
Madonna.
How much do we charge?
Yeah, but that's like a burlesque show.
Pearl Jam was one of the most outspoken acts of the genre, and were even called upon at one point by the White House. And just as Elvis used his time with the president to talk about the most pressing issue on his mind, kicking the Beatles out of America, Pearl Jam used their time with Clinton to raise Ticketmaster's exploitation of their fans. In 1994, they filed a complaint with the Justice Department against Ticketmaster after Ticketmaster refused to cap their service fee on Pearl Jam's upcoming tour. The complaint alleged Ticketmaster's monopoly, a legal battle ensued, and the whole incident resulted in guitarist Stone Gossard and bassist Jeff Ament testifying in front of Congress.
All the members of Pearl Jam remember what it's like to be young and not have a lot of money. Many Pearl Jam fans are teenagers who do not have the money to pay $30 or more that's often charged for tickets today.
They were treated like a joke.
Do you think Ticketmaster's entitled to a profit? I think our main concern is, are we entitled to use a different company other than Ticketmaster?
These old congressmen and senators, their daughters wanted to get their autographs, and it was a rude, obnoxious moment.
But it goes deeper than the usual political inaction you might expect. The American Prospect reports that Ticketmaster was leveraging its ties to key government officials to swing the case in their favor. Quote, there's evidence Ticketmaster tapped its one-time attorney, Mickey Cantor, a close Clinton confidant, then working as U.S. Trade Representative, to keep tabs on the case. It's confirmed that Cantor had made calls on Ticketmaster's behalf in 1992, while he was general counsel of Clinton's presidential campaign. Pearl Jam tried to do the tour without Ticketmaster, but they were just too powerful. The Department of Justice closed the investigation, and the band had to go back to using Ticketmaster a few years later. Lead singer Eddie Vedder later told Spin magazine, "It was really amazing to be right up close and get absolutely stomped on by a huge corporate entity." And what did the Ticketmaster CEO at the time have to say about all of this? When you bring that up, it's irrelevant to me. No one thought that ticketing was a business. I thought it was a business. I'm not ashamed of that. So that's how Ticketmaster turned ticketing into a business by inventing the service fee and ushered in the era of rapidly rising concert prices. But where does Live Nation come into all of this? Just 1 year after this whole debacle, a radio mogul named Robert X. Sillerman founded a concert promotion company named SFX Entertainment. What is a concert promoter, you ask? Promoters do all of the work of arranging the logistics of the show. They book the artists, the venues, the vendors, they handle all of the payments, and they literally promote the show to the public.
From SFX, Got Milk presents Britney Spears Live.
Promoters make their money by splitting the face value price of the ticket sales, so not the service fees, with the artist at a pre-agreed rate. Sillerman did to the promotion industry what Ticketmaster did to ticketing. Aggressive consolidation of the competition. After gobbling up a bunch of smaller concert promoters and creating what the New York Times called the concert world's first truly national force, he sold it to the broadcast monopoly Clear Channel for $4.4 billion and used the money to buy a controlling share of Graceland, the estate of Elvis Presley.
Good
You
grief.
know, the guy whose tickets used to be $1.50.
It's good to be the king. Maybe we one-up them, because maybe we own the king.
I think it stinks.
Clear Channel spun it off and Live Nation was born. But ticketing and concert promotion aren't the only businesses involved in putting on a live music tour. And Live Nation started slowly making their way into other business lines. It is also an artist management company, a venue operations company, and it runs sponsorship and advertisements for major concert tours across the country. So by the early 2000s, you basically just have two companies that have dominated all of the various businesses in live music. But that wasn't enough for them. Live Nation wanted the whole industry to themselves. Live Nation was starting its own ticket-selling business to compete with Ticketmaster. Yeah, that's right. It was a battle of titans like Batman v Superman or Godzilla like in those movies, the showdown was a bit anticlimactic and turned into more of a buddy movie.
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
They abandoned those plans and in early 2009 announced that they were going to merge these two very, very large, powerful companies in the entertainment industry.
And the Obama administration basically let them get away with it.
And that's really led to a very dominant monopoly power for Live Nation ever since. They control at least 60% of the top venues in the country, 80% of the primary ticket selling market.
We made a video with Cory Doctorow in 2022 that talked about this merger and the history of weakened antitrust policy that led to it. You can watch that here. But today, we're going to dig more into Live Nation's business model. How does this giant company actually make money? They might own all of these various business lines, but they're not all equal.
At the core of this business model is its concert promotion business. It is a capital-intensive, hard-to-run business with ostensibly very low margins. And Live Nation will talk a lot about how they're only earning about a 1.3, 1.7% margin on their concert promotion business, which is pretty small. The way that they are able to do that is because the concert promotion business really drives the rest of the other business lines. So it drives their ticket selling operation, where Live Nation actually gets something like a 37% margin. It runs their sponsorship and advertising business line, which elicits a 67% commission.
Live Nation makes almost no money on concert promotion, and they make most of their money charging concert goers like you massive service fees and getting sponsorship deals, both of which require very little upfront investment. They just use the concert promotion business to direct traffic into the parts that do make money.
It's the ability to get market share, which allows you to be able to generate massive sponsorships so that Toyota or Nestle's Crunch, whatever it might be, will give you money.
Market share is the key part there. They dominated all these businesses in the industry so that nobody had any choice but to work with them and get ripped off. Artists, for example, often don't have a choice but to use Ticketmaster for ticketing and Live Nation for promotion.
Let's imagine we just played a sold-out show at a venue Live Nation owns and operates. When an artist plays these venues, they're required to use Live Nation as the promoter. We have practically no leverage in negotiating them. If they want to take 10% of the revenues and call it a facility fee, they can and have. If they want to charge $30,000 for the house nut, they can and have. And if they want to charge us $250 for a stack of 10 clean towels, they can and have.
And Live Nation's market dominance also means you don't have any choice but to pay their fees.
Ticketing fees, service fees, convenience fees, platinum fees, price master fees, per order fees, handling fees, and payment processing fees, among others.
Yeah, that's definitely too many fees. It's also why the same tour is cheaper in other countries where Live Nation doesn't have dominance. And it means venue owners don't have freedom to choose either.
If you don't choose Ticketmaster, there are consequences to that. Live Nation might refuse to run shows at your venue, so you are deprived of the hot concerts that people want to go to.
That hasn't stopped some venue owners from trying, though. Tom and Gary don't work with Live Nation. But Live Nation's reach still infiltrates their choices, even when they're made with the best intentions for the fan experience. Here's what happened when the Radiohead side project, The Smile, played at the Pabst Theater.
That show, they were very specific about their pricing and what they wanted their pricing to be. We followed those guidelines, but the day that our tickets were announced, they were immediately available on the Ticketmaster website because Ticketmaster controls the secondary market also.
So scalpers were able to buy up tickets at the original price and immediately resell them on Ticketmaster, where Ticketmaster takes a fee, of course, for exorbitant prices.
So the people that went out and spent $350 for tickets that were supposed to cost $55, they take that out on the artist, or they take it out on us and blame us. But in the meantime, we're all just a part of Live Nation and Ticketmaster turning the wheel of meat so they can keep increasing those margins on service fees and on secondary tickets that feed the rest of their business because, again, they use our business as a loss leader.
And because concerts are a loss leader fueling their other businesses, Live Nation doesn't even care if sold-out shows are mostly empty because half the tickets were lost to scalpers. This whole business model is notably different from the model that independent venues follow.
We produce 800 shows a year. In order for us to survive, for our 300-plus employees to survive annually, every single show we do, we have to find ways to be able to generate revenue. It's quite the opposite with Live Nation.
To recap, Live Nation, the premier live music business, doesn't really care about the actual business of putting on live music as much as it cares about the business of scalping tickets and selling Dunkin' Donuts sponsorships. And they've taken away the freedom to choose for everyone in the industry.
Live Nation is really controlling the entire ecosystem of
coming
most
together
of the
here.
concerts that people are going to in this country. Everything from the point of sale system to the staffing at the bar to what is being sold at the bar and for how much. They're dictating what tours get to come to your venue, how tickets are sold, and at what price they're sold, and what fees are attached.
Listen to this artist put it a little more bluntly.
And then it hit me, oh my gosh, they own all the venues. It's a monopoly. So then now they just want my body in this room so they can sell food and alcohol. So then they're going to make tons of money. And then they got me like schlepping around the United States talking about, I want to be famous.
Okay, so now let's revisit that pyramid of live music again. 10 years after the Live Nation Ticketmaster merger, the COVID pandemic shook the foundations of this hierarchy to its core.
No matter where you were in the country, rooms like this were the first to close and the last to reopen. Large corporations were able to position themselves much better coming out of the pandemic than we were as indie establishments. We have never gotten back to where we were in 2019.
The bottom has fallen out of live music, so independent venue owners and artists at the small and mid-sized levels are struggling, while Live Nation and the upper echelon of artists that Live Nation works with continue to make massive profits. But there is hope. Regulators are finally doing something serious about this. That video we made back in 2022 was part of a larger campaign from the Break Up Ticketmaster Coalition.
In October of 2022, American Economic Liberties Project, where I work, and a bunch of allies started the Break Up Ticketmaster Coalition, which has sent over 100,000 letters to the Justice Department with narratives from artists and fans and venues and independent promoters talking about the Live Nation monopoly and encouraging the Justice Department to do something about it.
And it turns out, unlike in 1994 when it was just Pearl Jam testifying, the Department of Justice decided they couldn't ignore the mass outcry of anger at these corporations anymore, and they filed a lawsuit.
The lawsuit calls for a breakup of Live Nation and Ticketmaster at a minimum, and it talks about how all of these different business lines reinforce each other, and structurally something needs to happen here to allow competition to occur.
This lawsuit is historic, and it has broad implications, not just for live music. Today, the entire American economy resembles the Ticketmaster model.
Whether we're talking about the airline industry where 3 or 4 airlines control the entire industry, whether you're talking about grocery stores where really 2 companies control so much in all of your communities that, by the way, are now trying to merge. That's Kroger and Albertsons.
The more concentrated the economy gets, the more it stifles creative expression.
Space
the ability for artists to make art and to get
Nice,
it
I
to the
can
public.
see you've made progress.
As a former Kroger employee, let me be the first to say, fuck the Kroger Albertsons merger.
I wish I could make progress the way you do.
That's what it is. So this is basically the upper body. I'm working on the lower body now. I mean, you've got your wrestling show, so I assume that takes a lot of time. Okay, that goes on this part of the leg. Okay. Okay. That's the lower. Okay. And then where does this go?
Verdicts scribe. Gonna head off to bed. TTYL.
Okay, thanks for coming out, Verdicts. Thank you for staying so long. I know it's late. I got a whole other leg to do after this leg. So, yeah. Okay, that's one leg. And that will transform. That's the toe. Okay, this folds up into the foot. The wheel folds up. Leg folds down. Okay, that becomes a leg. Don't entirely understand what's going on in the back here, but so that's the leg. There's probably some kneecap armor that I haven't put on yet, but yeah, that's the leg. Okay. How's it go? It's supposed to be like that. Okay. Okay. One leg down. Let's see if attaching it to it for later. Let's put the other leg here.
The ability for the public to be able to consume it.
Concerts have always been a third place, outside of work and home, for people to gather and share in a special experience that only exists at that time between the people in that room.
There's this beautiful creation that came out of this empty room. You can capture images of that moment, but the true sensation, that feeling you get in the room, it's like lightning in a bottle.
And when corporate greed destroys that magic, it drives all of us further apart from each other.
There's a tremendous interest in the technology economy to be able to get you to spend as much time as possible scrolling on your screen, getting more and more angry with other people. And that's the battle that we fight in our business. Our goal is to get people away from that.
It's more important than ever, I think, to have these spaces where people actually interact on an extremely vulnerable human level.
Tom's lease is up in 2 years, and he isn't planning on renewing. It's not just Live Nation that is pushing him out of the business. It's corporations that have driven up prices in general, and giant landlords that are destroying his community.
I've been doing this work in these rooms since I was 20 years old. I'm 50 right now, 4 to 5 nights a week. I've always been very hands-on. 4 to 5 nights a week, I've been in these rooms creating that magic. And at some point, you just have to look at it and go, you know, I've done this a long time. It's more important to me at this point to give this establishment the proper send-off that it rightfully deserves. It's more important for me to protect these entities as a whole than to try to hold on to my own brick and mortar any longer than I need to.
Meanwhile, while Tom and Gary are fighting for their future, the CEO of Live Nation, Michael Rapino, is fighting against the government's lawsuit. And he has a vested interest in keeping things status quo. In 2022, Rapino was paid a whopping $139 million. He's the perfect example of who benefits in a country filled with rampant monopolization. Listen to what he said last year when talking about artist and fan complaints about the price of tickets.
This is a great, great product that people will buy, as they're going to buy the Gucci bag. They're going to buy moments in life where they will step up and spoil themselves with the big screen TV or whatever it may be.
This is what corporate America has done to our lives. What used to be one of the most populous forms of entertainment is now a luxury good. And that's why this Department of Justice lawsuit is so important.
It's been a corporate America since the Reagan administration, since the 1980s, and people have suffered because of that. It's a point in time now where, hopefully with the current administration taking seriously antitrust in America, that this isn't just about Ticketmaster as a monopoly. It's about so much more than that.
Hey, before you go, if you like this video, please like and subscribe to our channel. The research for this piece included the book Ticketmasters by Dean Budnick and Josh Barron, as well as reporting by Mo Tasic, Krista Brown, and Lee Hefner over at the American Economic Liberties Project, as well as some help from the National Independent Venue Association. Thank you for watching The Classroom. We're always looking to tell more stories like this one, unpacking economic systems that impact all of our daily lives. What other stories do you want to see us cover? Sound off in the comments, and once again, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Spite. It's an ugly word. It's a desire to hurt, annoy, or offend someone. These days, if you want to spite someone, then doing it by building something on your land that you own probably isn't the best bet. There's now strict building codes and zoning regulations in many countries around the world. They are there to spite your devious intentions. Now your plans need to be agreed by the relevant authorities. They'll even take into account the needs of your neighbours. And indeed, your neighbours will be able to object to your planning applications just to spite you. So spite houses are now a phenomenon that largely have died out. The good news now is that if you do manage to collect an enemy, they can't blight your life and your property. They can't spite you in spite of what they'd like to do. They can't steal your view, your light, or your feeling of well-being. The system is better now. We live in less spiteful times. But in the not-so-distant past, spite houses were possible. Building a spite house was a form of vengeance that was best served cold. Your neighbour could wreak their revenge on you in the coldest way possible, and there was nothing that you could do about it. Some of these historic spite houses are still there, and I've tracked them down just for you. In spite of all the work, I've put together some of the best examples from around the world. In spite of all the danger, in spite of all that may be, please enjoy this spite house video, in spite of the fact that it's by me. The Skinny House, Boston, Massachusetts. Without a doubt, the Skinny House at Boston, Massachusetts is the narrowest house in town. Not much is known about its history. One theory amongst many for its existence stems from a dispute between two brothers around 1874. Local legend has it that it was built out of spite. The brothers had inherited land from their deceased father. One of them was serving in the military and discovered upon his return that his brother had built a large house, leaving only a small parcel of land for him. The remaining land was surely too small to build on, but build on it he did to spite his brother, blocking the light and view from his brother's much larger house. The width of the house is just over 10 feet at the front, tapering off to 9¼ feet at the rear. Pennsylvania. In 1903, this street in Pittsburgh was widened to ease traffic congestion. This created inconvenient parcels of land for many of the tenants and business owners. By 1907, a one-story shack was built on this narrow land, which featured an ice cream stand, a peanut market, and a fruit stand. One of the tenants, Mr. Hendel, ran his business from the shack for 8 years, but he wasn't popular. There was no room for customers in his store, and his business spilled out onto the street. He was under pressure from other local business owners and the authorities. The local Sidewalks Association even ran ads in the local paper asking, "Is this man higher than the law?" By 1918, Mr. Hendel had bought the shack, and in 1926, motivated by spite towards his hostile neighbours, according to his family, he built this 3-story building. He carried on his business there and also filled the building with tenants, including a cigar shop and a restaurant which advertised cosy booths for two in the world's narrowest building. Eating at the restaurant was said to be like sitting in a train's dining car, and it was too narrow for waitresses to pass each other. The skinny building, which stands to this day at just 5 foot 2 inches in width, was built, at least partly, out of spite. The Hollandsbury Spite House at Alexandria, Virginia. In 1830, John Hollandsbury owned one of 2 houses on this Virginia street. There are several explanations for its existence. One is that he built it as a gift for his 2 daughters, but the more common theory is that it was built out of spite towards his neighbours. It's thought that he had a dispute with his neighbour and was also annoyed with locals loitering in the passageway. Understandably, it's also thought that he was annoyed that the passageway was being used as a rat run for horse-drawn vehicles thundering down the side of the house. The exterior of his house was damaged from the wagon wheel hubs. It's said that his solution was to prevent people from using the alley and to spite his neighbour by building this 7-foot wide house. The interior walls of this house are said to still bear the damage from the wagon wheels left by his thoughtless neighbours. I think that it's the cutest and pretty spite house on my list. What a delight that it's still there. Freeport Spite House, Long Island, New York. It was built by developer John Randall in 1906. Legend has it that the majority of the building was built in a single day on land he already owned, and he hadn't got a moment to lose. A rival developer had a plan to lay out Lena Avenue in a straight line westward. John Randall objected to the avenue running past his land, but knew if he began to build a house, then local regulations meant that there was nothing the rival developer could do about it. The rival developer had to rapidly change course. Today, Lena Avenue loops to the south to meet with Wilson Place in the north, creating an odd shape in an otherwise neat and straight grid layout. I wonder if bemused motorists who drive past here every day know that their detour is the result of over 100 years of spite. The Alameda Spite House, Alameda, California. In or around 1900, the authorities in the city of Alameda were planning out a street in a residential area. A large parcel of land was compulsorily purchased from Charles Froling to achieve their aims. The problem was he had plans to build his own dream house on the site, and a bitter dispute erupted between Froling, the city, and an unsympathetic neighbour. The city and the neighbour got their way, and Froling was left with just a tiny amount of land. Totally unsuitable for a house, but that didn't put him off. Driven by spite, on 2 fronts with 2 sets of enemies, he squeezed in a house just 10 feet deep on the tiny strip of land that he had left. He used a cantilever design for the upper floor, allowing him more living space, and he was no doubt pleased that the city could do nothing about it, and his neighbour lost their privacy, sunlight, and views of the street. Over the last 100 years, the spite has melted away, and we are left with this novel scene in the San Francisco Bay Area. The O'Reilly Spite House, Cambridge, Massachusetts. At the turn of the 20th century, Francis O'Reilly owned a small parcel of land in Cambridge, Massachusetts, as an investment. He felt sure that his neighbour would want to buy the land and saw an opportunity to cash in his investment, but he was turned down flat. He was left with a small parcel of land with no prospects of selling. So what do? What do? You build a spite house. The width at the front of the building is just 8 feet, but that's enormous when compared to the rear of the building. thanks to the irregular parcel of land that O'Reilly had to work with. Over the years, this property has served as a domestic residence, but today it's home to a commercial business. The Sam Key Building, Vancouver, British Columbia. This is the narrowest commercial building in the world. It's in the Guinness Book of Records. In 1913, the city took most of Sam Key's land, leaving him with a tiny sliver of what he once had next to a new building. Vancouver City Council didn't even compensate Sam Key for the land. Technically, the parcel of land that he was left with was a respectable 30 feet wide, but after a road widening exercise by the council, he was left with a fraction of that. Incensed at his treatment, he built this to spite the council, a building with a width of just 4 feet, 11 inches. By the end of 1913, the Sam Key building consisted of retail units and even had residential units on the upper floor. The Montlake Spite House, Seattle, Washington. Local legend has it that in 1925, a neighbour made an insultingly low offer for a slice of land next to his property located in Seattle. He wanted to extend his garden. The builder who owned the land took great offence at the outrageous offer he'd been made, and so decided to build an irregular-shaped property designed to block his neighbour's open space out of pure spite. At its north end, the property is a comfortable, if narrow, 15 feet wide. At its south end, the property tapers off to a remarkable 55 inches wide. The neighbour who had been spited sold up and moved because the property spoiled his view. Today, it's a sought-after and quirky home and a constant talking point for locals. The Kavanaugh Building, Buenos Aires. The Ancarina family was one of the wealthiest in all of Argentina. They lived at the Ancarina Palace, which enjoyed sweeping views of the city, including their pride and joy, the Basilica de Santismo, a French-style church built by the Ancarina family themselves in 1916. Imagine their delight in being able to see and enjoy their incredible church, which they built from their palace. For them, it was a constant source of inspiration and pride. Karina Kavanagh was a wealthy businesswoman of European descent. Local legend suggests that she fell in love with one of the sons of the Ancarina family. A society wedding was on the cards, but it's said that her plans were blocked by her potential mother-in-law. The wedding didn't go ahead. The millionairess Karina Kavanagh was flush with funds. She'd sold land and island, which had been left to her by her late husband, and in Buenos Aires, she decided to become a property developer. She commissioned the construction of the Kavanaugh Building in 1934, an incredible building standing at 120 metres in height. At the time, it was the tallest building in Latin America, and even to this day, it's considered to be the pinnacle of modernist architecture. But it's her chosen location for the building, which puts Karina Kavanagh on my list. The Kavanaugh Building is in direct line of sight between the Ancarina Palace and their beloved church. The view of it was completely obliterated by Karina Kavanagh and her mighty Kavanaugh Building. We'll never know for sure, but many agree she did it to spite her Palace, which enjoyed sweeping views of the city, including their pride and joy, the Basilica de Santismo, a French-style church built by the Ancarina family themselves in 1916. Imagine their delight of being able to see and enjoy their incredible church, which they built from their palace. For them, it was a constant source of inspiration and pride. Karina Kavanagh was a wealthy businesswoman of European descent. Local legend suggests that she fell in love with one of the sons of the Ancarina family. A society wedding was on the cards, but it's said that her plans were blocked by her potential mother-in-law. The wedding didn't go ahead. The millionairess Karina Kavanagh was flush with funds. She'd sold land and island, which had been left to her by her late husband, and in Buenos Aires, she decided to become a property developer. She commissioned the construction of the Kavanaugh Building in 1934, an incredible building standing at 120 metres in height. At the time, it was the tallest building in Latin America, and even to this day, it's is considered to be the pinnacle of modernist architecture, but it's her chosen location for the building, which puts Karina Kavanagh on my list. The Kavanagh building is in direct line of sight between the Ankarina Palace and their beloved church. The view of it was completely obliterated by Karina Kavanagh and her mighty Kavanagh building. We'll never know for sure, but many agree she did it to spite her potential mother-in-law and her prospective new family. Nevada. Back in the 1950s, two Virginia city residents got into a dispute. We don't know what the dispute was about, but the aftermath of the dispute lives on to this day. One of the men bought a plot of land and built his dream house. He built it with many windows for maximum light. It was ideal. The man with whom he had a dispute saw his opportunity. He bought the plot next door and built his own house, less than 12 inches from his neighbour. He deprived his enemy of light, privacy and view, all in the name of spite. The Al-Bassa, Beirut. The Al-Bassa is Beirut's narrowest building, and its existence is due to a 1950s dispute between two warring brothers. It sits on a 120 square metre plot, and at its widest, it's a reasonably respectable 4 metres in width, but it tapers to 60 centimetres at its narrowest. Originally, the brothers were going to develop the land jointly, but this quickly deteriorated into argument and disagreement. Out of spite, the brother, whose plot was closest to the roadside, went ahead and developed the land for himself. He designed the building specifically to block his brother's sea view, thereby devaluing his land. It's known locally as the Grudge, also known as the middle finger. Please allow me just 15 seconds to plug this channel. Very Nearly Interesting is a brand new channel, and I need all the help I can get. Please hit that like button if you've enjoyed this video. That's how YouTube knows you like it, and they'll show it to more people. And please consider subscribing. That way, we might see you again. The Tyler Spite House, Frederick, Maryland. There's an unusual interruption to the neat grid layout at Frederick, and that stems from some quick thinking by John Tyler, an eminent physician who in 1814 took on the might of the Frederick authorities. When he heard about the city's plans to connect Record Street with West Patrick Street, he began to fight the city because it would mean that the road would cut straight through his land. His options were running out and he felt powerless to stop them. He fought the city, but it was all in vain. He hadn't got a leg to stand on. That's until he discovered a little-known law that states a road could not be built if work was in progress in its path. Tyler had recently arranged to have building foundations poured in at this location, which stopped the road builders in their tracks the very next morning. Record Street now comes to an abrupt halt, and the road builders were forced to change their plans. He went on to build a magnificent building on his hastily poured foundations, and it lives on today as a thriving bed and breakfast business. John Tyler built the house to spite the city and their callous road building plans. Thank you so much for watching this video. I do hope you enjoyed it. If you did enjoy it, please click the like button. That way YouTube will show it to more people. And please consider subscribing. That way I might see you again. And please don't spite me. Please have a look at some of the other content on the channel. There's lots of interesting things on there. Well, very nearly interesting.
Okay, these slide into here, and then it's tacked together. What's this say? Oh, I see. I'm confused what it wants me to do here. this taps into the rear. Let me photograph this.
I'm making fried pickles. It's so, oh my god, Tanner's on fire! It's on fire! Grab them! Tanner! Grab it! Tanner! Oh my god, Tanner! What is Tanner?
Well guys, the streaming sphere is getting kind of wacky. Today we're gonna see two things in great abundance, and those two things are stupidity and ass cheeks. But I guess you could say that about pretty much any live stream these days, huh? Guys, I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? I think you deserve that. This video is a little bit of a nothing sandwich. This is honestly just the result of me having nothing better to talk about today and finding something that I saw on Twitter kind of funny. This is really just a sit back and point and laugh kind of video. Acting like this is actually newsworthy would be kind of silly. The other day, a streamer who goes by the name of Hi Hey It's Danny set her kitchen on fire while she was trying to cook fried pickles. Yeah, that's it. Look, we've all had a day like this before. Listen, I really did try and find something better, I promise. And sure, somebody almost burning down their entire apartment complex on stream is not the worst thing I've ever uploaded on this channel. And I guess if you look at it a certain way, this is just me continuing all the cooking videos I cover on this channel. So you know what? I'm not gonna beat myself up too much about it. So let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. Please subscribe.
I'm kind of in shock by it too.
We'll see. I really only get these games for zombie mode.
I'm making fried pickles.
Quick spoiler alert, just so the real fried pickle fans out there aren't too disappointed. There will not be a single fried pickle made during the entirety of this video. Okay? Just thought you deserved to know that.
Well, I think the oil's right. Wait, should it be steaming like that?
Okay, so two answers to two different questions. No, it should not be steaming like that. That's also not steam. And secondly, no, don't worry, there's not some ad playing in a random tab you have open. That's just a song that decided to start playing midstream for some reason. Yeah, I was pretty confused when I first heard it too.
Dog shit. Dog shit. I did better than this. I had to play better than that.
I don't like pickles, but I've never had them fried before.
Oh, it's gonna be lost.
Oh, turn the fan on. Genius.
Okay, so now I think is as good a time as ever to politely ask YouTube to not age restrict this video. I'm not going to specify why I'm asking that. That seems to get me in trouble a lot of the times, but I'm just asking, you know, in general. No specific reason, just a request to the YouTube gods, that's all.
Should I turn the oil down? I don't know anything about this. I've never done this before.
Okay, so those words are something you're going to hear quite a lot throughout this video. Her referring to the fact that she's never fried pickles before. And look, I don't think a lot of people have. I've never fried pickles myself before. So what I would do in this situation is I would look up how do I fry pickles, as is kind of like the meta when you're trying to learn how to cook something. You look up how you do it. We're going to see very shortly why that seems to be a pretty good idea if you are trying to learn how to fry something for the first time ever.
I've never fried that before. I think the oil might be ready though. I hate the smell of burning.
Okay, so while I said that I've never fried pickles myself, at some point you've really got to look at what a person is doing, and you've got to question their common sense. When is the smell of burning ever, and I mean ever, a good sign when you're trying to cook something? Even if you're cooking something for the first time ever in your entire life, the smell of burning is a universal sign that whatever you're doing is not good. And that expands outside of the kitchen. It is pretty much never a good thing if you smell something burning.
I actually hate the smell of
pretty bad idea to try and deep fry something that you have no idea how to deep fry. It is an exponentially worse idea to try and deep fry anything when you are unfamiliar with the concept of a grease fire. Now look, a lot of people on Twitter are giving these two a hard time because they started freaking out, which I'm not gonna do. I'm sure a fire starting in your kitchen is a pretty unnerving event, but how we got here is just pure stupidity. There are basic things you have to do as an adult, and one of those things is acknowledging the dangers of the stuff you're doing. This is the reason I refuse to ever try and deep fry turkey, even though I want a deep fried turkey in my life so badly, because I'm convinced that if I try to, even though it probably wouldn't happen because I'm not a dumbass, I think I'm gonna burn down my entire neighborhood. But that's because instead of just buying a frozen turkey and throwing it into a deep fryer, I looked up how do you deep fry a turkey. To think you'd be fine just dumping oil in a pan, cranking up the heat, and going to town raw dogging it, that's pretty silly.
Turn it off! What the fuck? Why you? Turn it off! Turn it off! Tanner, hurry up! Tanner, turn it off! Tanner, turn it off! I don't know what to do!
This is news to me. I was unaware that there were voice-operated stoves in this country. I like how they're just yelling at each other to turn it off, but neither of them will turn it off. Now, if you ever experience a grease fire, the best thing to do is to cover it up with a lid. What they are going to do might just be the worst possible way that you could put out a grease fire, and it proves that these two might be some of the luckiest people on this planet. Funny, but it is because nothing bad really happened. It's hilarious to me how they're treating this like a wild animal. The guy's like, what is it, my brother in Christ? It's a fire. Our ancient ancestors knew what this was. You know what this is. And no, don't grab the fire. Why is she saying to grab the fire? I'm pretty sure what they're doing, though, is the best course of action. I think this is what the firemen who came to my school in, like, the 2nd grade told me to do. Just scream and run away and allow the fire to spread. I'm pretty sure that is the proven way to fight a fire.
I don't know what it is! It's exactly
Okay, so this guy clearly has access to information that I don't, because on my list of safe ways to put out a fire, throwing the fire onto a wooden cabinet is not on there. How this did not result in their entire apartment burning down, I have no idea. My best guess is that if you watch it back, he kind of luckily threw the pan down in almost like a fanning motion, so I guess that dispersed the oil thin enough to where it lost its energy. I don't know if that really lines up. I skipped most of chemistry in high school, but that's my best guess. Had the pan not fallen that way, I think this would have ended in a disaster. Now, for a while, they're just trying to air out their apartments. It also takes kind of a concerning amount of time for the smoke detector to go off, so this might have been a blessing in disguise, because had this been a real fire, I don't know if they would have had enough time. This apartment was like 99% smoke before anything went off, which is probably not the best in the case of a fire. So really, at the end of the day, you can look at the fact that you almost burnt down your entire apartment complex as a positive.
I just need some oil. I was gonna fry the pickles, but no kind of pickles are getting fried tonight, bro. Bro.
Oil fire?
Yes!
You gotta tell me.
I didn't know that was gonna happen. I've literally never done this before. I've never put out a fire either.
Look, dude, I appreciate you trying to save face here, but you knew she was frying pickles. I feel like with that information, you could have figured out what kind of fire it was. Also, starving pretty much any fire of oxygen is going to kill it. Not everybody knows the lid trick. That's nothing to be ashamed of. But let's be honest with ourselves, okay?
Yes, I'm okay. I'm in shock. I've never caught anything on fire before. He did save it. If I was here by myself, oh my god, it would have all burned down. The whole fucking building would have burned down. I can't do anything by myself anymore. Well, I couldn't even, well, no, if you weren't here and I was trying fried pickles, we wouldn't have a place to live.
This is such a crazy thing to say as a grown adult. Just admitting to the entire internet you're too irresponsible to do 3 minutes of research before you start something new. And because of that unwillingness, it is unsafe to trust you to do anything on your own. That's not something to brag about. That's pretty much where everything ends, though later in the stream they watch it back and they giggle about it, and I mean, like, sure, it's a funny story, I guess, but at the same time, for two grown adults, this is not a very good look. Well, guys, guys. Normally this is where I ask what you think, but I don't really know if there's a whole lot to think about here. Two people who seem like they may not be the brightest almost burnt down their apartment while live streaming, and that's really it. I mean, there's not a whole lot to discuss further. I don't know if there's really much of an opinion you can hold on this, other than, yeah, they shouldn't have been frying pickles. So, yeah, I guess that's really it. If you know how to fry a turkey, please DM me on Instagram. I'd love to employ you. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like and walk on over to that subscribe button and touch it. It's free. It won't cost you anything. But for now, that's all I have for you today. Bye.
Right now, just putting together hands, various hands.
It's a science fiction, western, comedy, action, adventure series that marveled at all the technological wonders of a future that it would never be a part of. And one of the most violent television shows that has ever been broadcast, or so the government would have you believe. Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of the adventures of Briscoe County Jr. The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr. is a live-action television series that ran one season of 27 episodes from August of 1993 to May of 1994, poorly scheduled, maligned by the government, and ultimately overshadowed by the show in the very next time slot. Round about 1893, the legendary U.S. Marshal Briscoe County has arrested 13 of the most notorious outlaws in all the West, including John Bly. Ever the righteous law enforcement officer, he's taking them to face a judge and jury instead of acting as executioner. But these outlaws have lived on the edge of death for their entire lives and will fight to the bitter end to escape the shackles of justice, which they do, much to the regret of Briscoe County. Before the prison transport train can reach its final destination, Bly and his gang turn the tables on the marshal, killing him in a hail of vengeful bullets. The only thing delivered to the courthouse is a box with Briscoe County's hat and gun. The West mourns a hero. 5 robber baron tycoons who control everything from the railroads to mining to the banks themselves have come together to address the murder of Briscoe County and the threat to their own business operations. They direct their legal counsel, Socrates Poole, to hire a bounty hunter to finish the job that cost Briscoe County his life. While there are several capable bounty hunters, Socrates hires a man who is a Harvard-educated lawyer, a scholar, by all accounts a man of refinement, elegance, and polish, and just so happens to be the son of Briscoe County. He's Briscoe County Jr., along with his horse Comet, off and on rival Lord Bowler, and the financial backing of the 5 robber barons. He aims to avenge his father's death by finishing what he started, rounding up all 13 outlaws and making sure this time they stand trial for their crimes or pay the ultimate price. But this time, there's a wild card that his father didn't have to deal with. A mysterious object called the Orb has been unearthed by rail workers. They used its supernatural power to break their chains and escape slavery. In the wrong hands, the power of the Orb would mean doom for all, but especially for Briscoe County Jr.
What the fuck?
Thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video. Click the link in the description below and use code GALAXY50 for 50% off your first box and 20% off your next month of orders today. Summertime, summertime. Biking, hiking, swimming, camping. You're in the garden, you're in the hammock. It's the season for spending as much time outside, having fun, breathing fresh air, and not worrying about what you're going to cook for breakfast, lunch. The add-ons every week like breakfast, meal, Galaxy50 at Factor75.com to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month of orders. In May of 1989, Paramount Pictures released Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, which proceeded to make nearly $500 million at box offices around the world. Bob Greenblatt, who was an executive at Fox Broadcasting Company, reached out to the writers of the film to see if they would be interested in developing something like Indiana Jones, but for television. Those writers were Jeffrey Boehm and Carlton Cuse, although technically Boehm is the only one listed in the credits. See,
just a few years earlier, the two started their own writing partnership to develop their own original films when Boehm suddenly landed the job to write Lethal Weapon 2 and shortly thereafter, The Last Crusade. Boehm wrote Lethal Weapon 2 and The Last Crusade with uncredited assistance from Hughes, while they put their dreams of independence on hold for 5 years with nothing but huge studio franchise checks and industry success to console them. When Greenblatt approached Boehm and Hughes, Fox was still a very young television network, but their stock was on the rise. In 1990, they already had 4 of their core series in place: Cops, Married with Children, America's Most Wanted, and The Simpsons. Greenblatt wanted to bring the energy, humor, and adventure of Indiana Jones to television on Fox as a series. Hughes was really excited to get back to writing for television. In fact, he did some research by watching a bunch of classic television serials. And lo, a secret was revealed to him. Nearly all of those classic television serials were either westerns or science fiction. According to a 2010 interview, he, quote, came up with this idea at first just an intriguing title, The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr., about a Harvard-educated bounty hunter who returns to the Old West to avenge the death of his father, who was the most famous lawman in the Old West. But doing a straight western didn't seem fresh enough, so we added this whole science fiction serial element centered on this mysterious orb that conferred special powers to those who possessed it. Briscoe County Jr. was a blending of both historically popular genres, western and science fiction. It was always meant to be viewed through the lens of modern day. They weren't making a documentary. As Boehm put it in a 1993 interview, quote, we want a show that takes the western genre and adds a little topspin to it, just like the Wild Wild West did. We're trying to do that 90s fashion. Boehm and Hughes knew they were developing a show that needed to have Fox style. As long as a consistent and believable world were created, they felt free to make modern pop culture references or include anachronistic elements, especially in service of the science fiction themes and humor. Part of that was for storytelling purposes, but part of that was to make sure that gun violence wasn't a driving force for viewership. It was a western after all, and there was going to be gunplay. But gun violence, and in particular television violence, were a growing concern with the U.S. government. See, heading into the 90s, cable television had become an alternative to broadcast television. Cable networks weren't bound by the same restrictions as regular broadcast television, and broadcast television began to push the boundaries to compete. It became increasingly difficult for the government and parents to keep track of which channels and which programs were safe for kids. In 1990, Congress passed the TV Violence Act. This allowed broadcast and cable television networks to come together to find a solution where previously it would have been illegal for them to collude on any practices. The idea was for the industry to develop their own approach for voluntarily reducing the amount of violence on television. The TV Violence Act gave the television producers across the industry 3 years to figure it out, or Congress would do it for them. Despite the warning from Congress, those meetings didn't even start until December of 1992, just before the 3-year window closed. The result was an agreement by the major broadcast networks to limit the depiction of violence in entertainment programs, and ideally this would pressure cable networks to follow suit. However, there was no official government.
Alright, let's transform this dude.
So, nothing changed. We'll come back to this. The creators and producers of Briscoe County Jr. weren't
Mike
concerned
Gunner
about Briscoe County Jr. being
is
considered
done.
violence because it was being developed as a family show. As Boehm put it, quote, in the 2-hour pilot, Briscoe doesn't even once have to shoot his gun.
Okay, so we're done at least. Here it is. Nice and long. It's got a connection for other trains. Let's see if I can put Might Gaine back in train mode here. Take off your horns there. So it was I transformed him. See if I can remember how to do this. Oh, wait, they fold in. There's a trick to this. I forget what it was. Oh, they go there. That's what it was. going to be the Locomorizer, which is the alternate form of Might Gaine. Do these just telescope, or is there something I need to do? Ah, that's what it is. I should probably just do this off camera, get the various modes and photograph them. I want to get at least transformed Gaine here, or Might Gaine. Why'd this one come with this one is stuck? Alright, those bits that go along the side. Okay. Yeah. Side. Right, okay, that goes there. Look away. this goes. Okay, I forgot about this bit. This will cover some of it. That should be there. There's no way for this to be inverted. This could be. No, this can't be. So that part can't be, so I guess I'm on the right track here. Something here is not correct. This is supposed to be the underside, but this doesn't. Something is just not. I don't know what this bit on the front's supposed to be. On the back, rather. I don't remember that being there. I was going to transform it back. I guess that's there. This is only for Great Might Gaine? That might be. This will show up here. Doesn't seem to want to come out though. Oh, there it comes. I just can't figure this bit out. Like it's supposed to. It seems like a bit. It's. I can tell these come together. This part cannot rotate. So that has to be the correct orientation, but I can't find a way. What I can't figure out is how cod piece is supposed to sit. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my instructions. I gotta figure this out. I should have them right here, shouldn't I? here. Oh, okay, right. The cod piece becomes the cow catcher on the train. So it does detach. It goes under there. Okay, okay, that's what I was missing. Okay, and that leaves room for. Well, that doesn't explain this gray bit, but that's something. Is this an extra thing added for Great Might Gaine? Doesn't seem right. I don't recall that being a thing, but let me see if I can't peel this apart. Okay, yeah, that is the case. It's an outer waist for Great Might Gaine. Jesus, I forgot about that. It's been so long since I... Okay, okay. Then put that back like that. Okay. So that's why it was making sense. Okay, that's another part. Explained. Okay, what's coming together here? This attaches like this. Well, no, something still isn't quite working out here. There, that there. I do apologize if anybody's watching my replay or whatever for what's going on here. I just wanted to... My intention was to showcase the Locomotor Riser, which is the main train of Might Gaine, next to the Might Gunner here, before I transform it into robot mode. I'd forgotten how to transform Locomotor Riser. And I'm cheating a tiny bit here, but let's see. These go there. That's one thing about the Brave kits. They've really taken to a lot of parts for me for aesthetic purposes. The Duke Fire that they've shown off recently, that's coming out in a few months, is really bad at this. Anyway, here's Locomorizer next to Might Gunner. I could do let's see if I can get the drill out of here. No, I don't want to. It's bigger than Drill Gunner or Drill Tokyo, whatever it was called. So you can link it together there. Does it say anything about that? Doesn't look like it. But you can link them together. So that could be carrying that. And then the two trains can be in here. Not going to fully detransform them. I think the idea is you can create a one long train idea theoretically. I shall not do so, but that is the intent. The toys can do that for sure. A little unclear about the SMP, but anyway. Let me get a picture of this and then I'll transform it back. Alright, did I get a picture view on there? I don't think I did. So long, it's hard to photograph well. Alright, to transform it, we take off this, separate the thing from it, fold the arms out. Gotta lift this out of there. The whole thing rotates backwards. Now it rotates forwards. That is the bottom line. slots and where. Really not following what's supposed to slot and where here. What the fuck? It implies it's supposed to tab in here, but there's something for it to tab into. It rests there, but there's something for it to attach to. Or let's get the legs out. Extend the legs, unfold the foot. Okay, so stuck into the leg. What's this say? Yeah, let me take a picture of that. When it wasn't translating, it's not translator. Translate. Oh, you don't actually have to put the barrel away, okay. And put the feet like so. Let's do that like that, that like that. Extend the arms. And pull the hand out. Just tap here. this whole thing attaches to the back like that. And then the wheels reattach underneath. Not terribly intuitive. Rotate this 90 degrees. Okay. I still seem to misaligned. I was supposed to... There we go. Slide the chest up. Was that instructed somewhere? Did I miss that? I guess that's where it says that. Okay, I'll show you guys in a second. Try to take my picture. Here he is, Might Gunner. And then I'll change out the hands. for some actual size hands. He's got a thumbs up hand, he's got a pointing hand, and he's got 2 open and 2 closed. Stay out there long enough for me to attach this. Okay. As always, getting the feet to stay in their correct position is a pain for these. Let's get my guy transformed back. Get some entertainment going again.
Violence is cartoonish. There is no pain and suffering. That pilot kicked off with the introduction of Briscoe County Sr., played by R. Lee Ermey. He was what the viewer might have imagined a legendary marshal from any other Western television series to be. Tough, hard-nosed, unflinching in his dedication to the law, with a reputation for always getting his man. Briscoe County Jr. was a counter to his father, frequently talking his way in and out of situations. He was played by Bruce Campbell, fresh off his most recent turn as Ash Williams in 1992's Army of Darkness, the 3rd film in the Evil Dead franchise after 1981's Evil Dead and 1987's Evil Dead 2. Everyone thought Bruce was going to be the next big thing, a guaranteed star. His face on every poster and billboard promoting the show. Sandy Grusho, an executive at Fox, said, quote, "If Campbell isn't the next big television star, I'll eat my desk." Campbell was joined by Christian Clemenson as Socrates Poole. He's the accountant stuck in the middle trying to carry out the business of the 5 robber barons while imploring Briscoe County Jr. to keep all his receipts. Julius Carey, who everyone should know as Shonuff, the Shogun of Harlem, from the 1985 masterpiece Barry Gordy's The Last Dragon. If you haven't seen it, go watch it right after this video. Played Lord Bowler, the sometimes rival, sometimes partner to Briscoe County Jr. John Astin made frequent appearances as Professor Wickwire, giving off heavy Back to the Future 3 Doc Brown vibes.
This fall, here she comes. There's a new name for adventure on television. Briscoe County Jr. You care to try me? He's all action.
You're not an outlaw.
No. He's all excitement. He's about to bust loose into your living room. Welcome to the Wild West, Fox style. And now, the series premiere of The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr.
The Briscoe County Jr. 2-hour pilot premiered on Fox Friday, August 27, 1993 at 8 p.m., accompanied by an orchestral opening theme composed by Randy Edelman. One of those cases where the music that was delivered was more than the producers could have hoped for. So much so that the theme took on a life of its own in later years. NBC Sports used it during their Olympics coverage in 1996 and their World Series coverage in 1996 and 1997. As Edelman told the LA Times in 2002, quote, "It's got a very flowing melody, it's triumphant, and it has a certain warmth. And it has at the end of it what all television things like this have, a button, an ending flourish that works really well if they need to chop it down into a 15-second thing." The 2-hour pilot was rebroadcast Sunday, August 29th at 7 p.m., just in case anyone missed it on Friday, which was likely since Friday has typically been considered the day you schedule shows when you're trying to get rid of them. That said, both broadcasts put up excellent numbers in the most important demographic for that show for Fox, adults 18 to 49. The first episode continued the strong ratings. Fox was positive this was going to be a huge breakout show, even as ratings dropped after the first episode. Fox ordered a full season, bringing the total number of episodes to 27, and scheduled their new show, The X-Files, in the follow-up 9 p.m. slot
Oh,
in
no.
hopes of carrying over the audience. Jeffrey Boehm decided to return to feature films to work on The Phantom. That left Hughes by himself as showrunner and head writer on Briscoe County Jr. It was the beginning of a long tenure as a television creator and producer with lessons learned through the grind. Because Briscoe was a weekly show with scripts written and shot in a week. That's hard to do, trust me. We do the same thing here. We don't have to worry about training horses, handling explosives, or coordinating lunch schedules with dozens of crew members. And I still think about quitting every week.
Dan may have been hallucinating, but if Dan was hallucinating, who ate house food?
The hours were long, the days were longer. The notes from executives at Fox were frequent and at times maddening. More science fiction, they said on Monday. Less science fiction, they said later on Monday. Cast and crew weathered the storm with Hughes saying, quote, I think we did a particularly good job of maintaining continuity with all the schizophrenic notes we were getting from the network. That said, near the middle of the season, they made a conscious effort to juggle fewer balls. They wrapped up the Orb subplot, and the show became a more traditional Western, focused on comedy and adventure. But that wasn't enough to keep viewers engaged, or maybe it was too much. Either way, viewers either didn't find it, or if they did and left, they didn't come back. Fox remained supportive. They knew they had a good, high-quality show, but also they couldn't deny the numbers. And while some blamed the Friday night time slot for its struggle, X-Files, airing just an hour later, persevered. Hughes and the rest of the production still didn't think they were going to be canceled. They fully expected a second season that saw Briscoe County Jr. as the sheriff of a small town and did prepare a proper end-of-series finale for season 1. Heading into May of 1994, Briscoe was near the bottom of the ratings chart for Fox programming, the 16th biggest show on Fox, 99th for overall programming, 10 spots behind the X-Files. The final episode aired May 20, 1994. In June, Fox made the call to cancel the series.
Some level, once you finish a season, there's always that chance. I knew that it was close. We were paired with the X-Files, and I still thought that was a good combination. X-Files and Briscoe. I thought that was a really good night of TV.
I was heartbroken. Really didn't find out how popular the show was until after it was canceled. And so that made it even harder.
All 27 episodes of Briscoe County Jr. were released by Warner Home Video on DVD in 2006, packed with bonuses like commentary tracks from Bruce Campbell and Carlton Hughes, a documentary about the making of the series, and more. Today you can purchase it on a variety of streaming services, including here on YouTube. Briscoe County Jr. was a victim of circumstances far beyond its control. Its cancellation after one season was in no way reflective of the quality of the production. Sure, the Friday night time slot was bad, always has been for broadcast television, but Fox had to put it somewhere. Bruce Campbell thought maybe the audience just wasn't ready for a Western, even if it was a clever, humorous, modern Western. Hughes was confident they could have run for years if they had just a little more time to grow their audience. But a cloud hung over the production from day one, the perception of violence. Not actual violence, mind you, but the hard data of violent acts.
Okay, and here's the trio.
No amount of
Might Gaine, Might Kaiser, Might Gunner.
The FCC saw as a contributor to the overall problem of violence on television.
I will
In a
change
December
it here.
1993 study conducted by Senator Byron Dorgan, Fox ranked #1 with more violent programs in a single week than the other 3 major networks combined. Briscoe County Jr. was one of the worst offenders, along with Fox's Out on a Limb and ABC's Movie of the Week, Beverly Hills Cop. According to the parameters of
So there they are together. As you can see, Gunner is notably shorter than his teammates, which makes sense. He's a singular robot. Yeah. So you can combine with Great Might Kaiser, who I will create in just a moment. gotcha here.
The study, acts of violence on Briscoe County ranged from shootings to fistfights to assaults with sticks or other makeshift weapons. They called Briscoe County the bloodiest series. Hughes bristled at this conclusion and wrote an op-ed saying, quote, "In the 20 hours of Briscoe County produced so far, blood has only appeared once, in one scene, in one episode. More important, the senator's study seems terribly misleading. During the survey week, our Briscoe episode featured a boxing match. The senator's researchers must have counted every last punch, jab, and parry for us to supersede Beverly Hills Cop and appear at the top of his survey list." Hughes went on to cite examples of national publications like TV Guide, who ranked Briscoe right behind Roseanne in their fall survey of the best family shows on television. Family Life magazine ranked them at the top of their list for quality programs on network television for children. But Briscoe was already a target in the crusade to protect children from the abstract threat of violence on television. A victim itself on the way to the implementation of the Telecommunications Act of 1996 that introduced the television rating system and its coordination with the V-chip featured in newly manufactured televisions. When the series ended, Boehm was already back working on feature films, although The Phantom wasn't released until 1996. He wrote a few drafts for an unproduced Sergeant Rock movie based on the DC Comics character that, as of this video, has still not been produced. He passed away in 2000 from a rare lung disease at age 53. Hughes went on to develop Nash Bridges. That series ran 121 episodes over 6 seasons from 1996 to 2001. During the 6th season, he hired a young writer named Damon Lindelof, who would go on to write the pilot for Lost with J.J. Abrams, who left development to work on Mission Impossible 3. Lindelof went back to Hughes, who agreed to become co-showrunner on Lost after Abrams' departure. Bruce Campbell has done a ton of stuff since Briscoe, including a 111-episode run as Sam on Burn Notice from 2007 to 2013. He returned to the Evil Dead franchise on television, in video games, and as a producer in the 2013 remake of Evil Dead and the standalone 2023 Evil Dead Rise. Unfortunately, the scourge of violence on television is part of Briscoe County Jr.'s legacy. 30 years later, it is laughable that it was even part of the conversation. Today, there's more realistic violence in an ad for Allstate Insurance.
Okay, take a shot. Good, nice. Not to get served.
Seriously?
Not that it matters. The landscape of television has changed so much that even if Briscoe were on today, it would likely go to Netflix and end up getting canceled exactly where it got canceled the first time, at the end of one season.
Shots fired.
And I want to personally take a moment to apologize to all the writers, producers, actors, designers who worked on the series. I was aware of Briscoe County Jr. when it originally aired, but I was one of those people perfectly in the demographic for this show that was busy on Friday nights. I worked at a movie theater, and not working Friday nights was not an option. I didn't get a chance to watch it until, I hate to say this, until this week. I know. I said this was an apology. Bruce Campbell gives a masterclass of exactly the kind of Bruce Campbell acting that I love when he's just playing Ash Williams. Julius Carey as Lord Bowler is incredible. I'm not a huge movie or TV viewer, so I never even realized he was in anything after Barry Gordy's The Last Dragon. I've been on the internet since 1994, and I never bothered to check. This is growth. I'm owning this. If it weren't for me and thousands of other people like me, maybe Briscoe makes it to that second season, and we're talking about it like a show that ran 218 episodes over 11 seasons. Like the X-Files. Instead, we're left with a tale that was telegraphed in the opening moments of the pilot. A righteous series taken down by unjust violence against it. A show that never lived up to the legend of the serials that came before it. A world that mourns the loss of a hero, Briscoe County Jr. I did it. I feel like I did it by myself this time. I don't know what to do. Thanks for watching. Please hit like, hit subscribe if you're not already a subscriber. Thank you very, very much to those of you who already are. If you're in the position to help the channel grow, please visit our Patreon at patreon.com/Great
Might Gaine comes together.
Secret Galaxy content needs. Check out our new Secret Galaxy merch shop at secretgalaxy.shop. All merchandise is physically in stock and ready to ship. Links to all of this in the description below. And let us know in the comments down below if you watched Briscoe County Jr. back when it originally aired, or if this is the first you're hearing about it. I really genuinely regret not watching it when it originally aired. It would have been one of my favorite shows of all time, easy. My one additional view every week wouldn't have changed anything for the show, or likely for the careers of Bruce Campbell or Julius Carey. In my defense, I did work at a movie theater from 1992 to 1994, and I did watch Army of Darkness in 1992 about 100 times. Consider me a Briscoe County Jr. fan for life. From now on. It doesn't work retroactively. Cut.
Wheels, okay. Alright, so Great Might Gaine. whip out the instructions here. Should be one of these. Great Might Gaine, there we go. Get the waist extender here. Leg extenders. How many freaking extra parts this combination requires? Nice. Push this side. That's really what I need right now. Forget how much of a pain in the ass these were to transform. This goes here. I'm confused. I said angles, but still. Oh, there we go. Okay, okay, okay. I don't need this. You don't use this at all because of the way that this combines. Okay. Okay, and this attaches on here, like so. That tab folds in. And this attaches here. And those become the arm joints. And then this attaches here. And this becomes the outer cover. Place the head with the Great Might Gaine head. Backpack splits apart. There and there. Remove, this becomes the waist piece. It attaches here. I guess that doesn't seem right. Oh, I see. Hang on. Wait a minute. Is it supposed to be there? I don't think that's supposed to be there. I discovered a thing that might have been holding up my build the entire time. No, it seems it's supposed to be there. Unless I put it in upside down, which I might have. Didn't tell me to be worried about orientation, which makes me wonder. So basically, what's happening is I'm having trouble attaching this piece. I'm thinking might have when I first built this last fall, I might have assembled it incorrectly or something. It is upside down one way or the other. It pulls apart. Fuck. This is not a sticker that can be replaced easily. these upside down. Everything back together. All right. Now then. Oh, that's much better. Okay. All right, that goes there, and that should be the complete Great Might Gaine. Oh, one more thing I forgot to do. The chest. Alright, this is the first time I've put this thing together in quite a while, I think, since I built it. I've kept them separate most of the time because it's better. I like them better separate. Okay. Great Might Gaine. Now, how does Kaiser drill the Might Gunner fit into all of this? Let's finally bring him into play. Out. Push the head back in. And then use this extender part. Make it even longer. Back to the small hands. Press the arms in.
Hey everyone, Anthony Fantano here, the internet's busiest music nerd. I hope you're doing well. You know, if there's one thing we love over here on this channel, it's AI singer-songwriters. Yeah, I mean, some of the greatest singer-songwriters of all time have been AI. You know, guys like Jacob Collier, Charlie Puth. But anyway, a while ago on the channel, just to give you guys a reminder, we covered a particular artificial intelligence singer-songwriter by the name of Anna Indiana. Something that at the time I was pretty sure was like the worst AI singer-songwriter thing we could possibly find and feature on the channel. And I think on some level I sort of presumed that with the music and the reaction being as bad as they were, that Anna Indiana from here would just like kind of fall into obscurity and would just be no more. But boy was I wrong, because since doing that video, Miss Indiana has been a busy bee, dropping one song after another. So I thought it actually might be fitting to get a bit of an Anna Indiana update, because some of these tracks, just based on the titles alone, I'm chomping at the bit. First off, this one over here, The Past Will Pass. I'm pretty sure the past has already passed, which is why it's the past. Also, this photo is really just a trip in and of itself. I mean, from a sound engineer standpoint, this mic placement is insane. First off, why would you have these two like really high-grade omnidirectional mics placed in the background behind the singer? Why is she not wearing headphones? You're gonna have the speakers blaring and the mix is gonna be bleeding into the omnidirectionals. We also have this one over here, Bet On Me, which undoubtedly is an endorsement of probably like online gambling, something like that. Anna, I thought you were better than this. And finally, as far as song titles go, there's She's a High School Heartache, which I don't know. I mean, given the current state of the music industry, I'm getting kind of creep vibes off of. I don't want to know what high schoolers are doing and whether or not their hearts are aching. It seems kind of weird and voyeuristic. Like, also, what is going on with this visual? Is she in, like, an empty high school lunchroom right now or something? What is in the background outside the window? Is that a volcano? What is this setting? Geographically, where is Anna, Indiana? That is way too hilly and mountainous to be Indiana. If I'm wrong about that, Austin, please put something in the edit. But look, here's what we're going to do. We're going to listen to a few tracks, and the first one we're going to settle on here is Grown Up Goodbyes. Kind of confusing. I don't know why Anna, Indiana knows anything about being a high school heartache, but simultaneously feels mature enough to have a grown-up goodbye. But either way, we're still going to give this song a shot and see what exactly it's all about.
Saying goodbye never used to be hard.
Whoa, hold the phone, hold the phone. When did Miss Anna, Indiana pick up like this little accent? Yeah, those initial Anna, Indiana bangers were not quite as twanged up as this. You know, maybe it's because of the success she's been seeing in the music industry. She's really, not afraid anymore to let those stars and bars fly. Saying goodbye never used to be hard. Okay, I can respect it. I can respect it. Anna, Indiana, she's really repping that Southern heritage with this new vocal approach.
I'd wave to my friends as they left my backyard. I didn't understand till I turned 24. Wave to my family, try not to break down. My dreams are.
Try not to break down. My dreams are but down. But hey, I feel like Anna has progressed and matured a bit as a songwriter here. She's describing times in which goodbyes felt easy and carefree, but now she's 24, packing her bags, leaving home, saying goodbye to the family. My Lord, sweet Jesus, please protect her. Protect our little girl as she moves out to Berkeley to become a college student and join a college school.
As I grow older, as time passes by, moving on gets harder, and the more I ask why.
Okay, TBH, I'm gonna TBH this. Vocal mix sucks. Come on, bring those guitars and drums up. We need a bit more balance, okay? Anna, Indiana, the singing has improved a little bit over the past couple of tracks, but it's not that good. You could bury it just a little bit.
Saying goodbye isn't easy thing. Stood by my mom as she whispered her last.
Okay, there's the gun.
Whoa, time! Whoa! Okay, the goodbyes are getting a little too grown up, okay? Like, I can understand you're 24, you're leaving the family, and then maybe we're alluding to a breakup or whatever in the second verse, but then we're like, completely no setup whatsoever. Oh, actually, my mom's dying on a hospital bed. I'm holding her hand and da-da-da-da-da. I mean, Anna, come on. Jeez. Trigger warning or something. Jesus Christ. Goodbye. That's a grown-up goodbye. All right, this one, title-wise to me, piquing my interest. Anna, Indiana, The Wrong Girl. And I also love that the description of the song says, can't trust these AI boys. Laughing, crying emoji. You're telling me Anna, Indiana got rizzed up by some like AI guy, and then after she gets rizzed up, she's getting on the aerials, and then holy fucking shit. After that, she's like, so yeah, with that, let's see exactly why Anna Indiana is the wrong girl.
I see a sweet message coming from you. I knew right away it's too good to be true. You asked to leave tonight at 9, but the name on that text ain't mine.
Very interesting, weird storyline here. This person just asked you to hang out, but included in the message of the text, you used the wrong person's name. Which, like, who uses people's names like that over text? It's not like you're having a conversation and you need to get the person's attention. Hey, Anna, how are you doing? Anna, it's me, Anthony. Yeah, that's how I start off all text conversations. I start off by saying the name of the person I'm talking to. Hey, Mike. Like, it's over text. You know that you're you. I know that I'm me. I don't need to specify who I'm talking to over text to your number. Let's see how far this rabbit hole goes down.
Face looks pale, but you still won't confess. Can't talk yourself out of this mess. Now it's clear, the truth is out. You mixed us up without a doubt. Watching you fumble is quite the sight. I guess you won't be needing anyone tonight.
Alright, look, I mean, give the guy a break, okay? He mixed you girls up. You just got a certain type, you know? Brown eyes, brown hair, in a music studio, AI. He's just into that kind of girl, and there just so happens to be a lot of y'all around. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Alright, throwing up goodbye to that track as well. Let's do one more. One more, because it seems like Anna Indiana is struggling on the dating field once again with this last one, with the track The Boys Aren't Nice. Let's give it a shot.
Does my hair look weird?
What? Your hair looks fine, girl. Just do the song. Just do the song, please.
Scrolling through life, screen by screen, searching for likes, just trying to be seen.
There's something about, like, these kinds of lyrics that don't really hit over some rustic instrumentation. Yeah, I'm trying to get some likes, I'm doom scrolling, I'm leaving a comment, I'm sliding into an OF girl's DMs, ooh. I feel like a nice, loose, cool, almost monotone, post-punk kind of talk-sung affectation would deliver those bars a lot better. But, you know, that's just my own personal preference.
Expectations are so damn high, intrusive thoughts always pass by, emotions are strong.
Okay, alright, I feel like we've gotten to a point where there's
supposed to
like
tap in
literally
here?
no song structure. She's just literally riffing and throwing down a laundry list of shit. I thought I was clicking on a song, but instead she is abusing my voluntary will here to hear her out musically, to trauma dump about social stuff and like, you know, we spend too much time on our phones. Everybody, instead of chasing love, they're chasing likes. Guys, now, instead of sending a cute note that says, "Do you like me?" they send a dick pic. What is happening with her hat right now? The weird AI, uncanny face warping stuff with the singing and mouth moving is enough. Do we need to also have the hat glitching out?
Intrusive thoughts always pass by, emotions are strong, nothing feels right, and the boys aren't nice.
You're just like railing about a bunch of senseless crap for an entire minute, and then on top of it, at the very end, this is songwriting at the very end. Oh, and actually, the boys aren't nice. I'm sorry, ma'am. Like, you have not made your case. You can't just, like, throw that out there like it's a point of fact. Especially given that the song is titled, The Boys Aren't Nice. I'm popping in here to learn exactly why that is the case. I'm curious. I want to hear your take. I want to hear your point and your arguments bolstered. Men are trash! Valid. But you gotta back that up, okay? You gotta back that up, or else it's just sexism. You're just raw dogging sexism here, girl. And we don't allow that on this channel, not from AI.
Am I doing enough? Hope I don't get fired. Why the hell am I always so tired? Hoping that someday I'll face my biggest fear and be proud of the girl I see in the mirror.
Bitch, you're not employed. Don't fake the funk.
Why does life have to be so hard?
Why does life have to be so hard?
Each day is a struggle, each night is a fight, each heartbreak is a new song I write.
This song structure sucks. Anna, Indiana, get your shit together. You're in the big leagues. Make the chorus snap, focus on your topic at hand, and parse the song out so that the verses are as engaging as the choruses and that you're not staling anything out. Listen, Anna, here's one from the boys. All right, well, yeah, that sucked. That sucked a lot.
So this is Great Might Gaine, perfect mode. Supposed to be able to, let me look at the, whatever. There it is, Great Might Gaine, perfect mode. Big ass fucking shoulder cane. I think in theory you could put it on the hip as well. I'll have to check later. But there it is. And that's a big ass. There's so much leftover stuff here. Now this is supposed to be. Didn't get into the. Okay, Mount Kaiser carrier can be held in the hands. Okay. Here's some extra stuff. Be like a regular gun. You can create the boom arm here to. Look what these wires are for. Oh, I guess it's for the handheld mode. Whatever, I'm going to call it a night here. Here it is. You folks have a great night. I will be back next week with another build. Until then, thank you very much for coming out. Have a great night.